пещерным гномам для труда их горного. 9 людям Средиземья для служения.
You guys missed so much.
3 кольца премудрым эльфам для добра их гордого. 7 колец пещерным гномам для труда их горного. 9 людям Средиземья для служения черного и бесстрашия в сражениях смертоносных. твердого. Одно всесильное. Чтоб будет ли к празднику? Бильбо Торбинсу сегодня исполняется 111 лет. Да-да, вы не ослышались. 111 лет. Ведь хоббиты жили долго, даже в свои 111. Жадность и злоба. Тело долго остается молодым.
Hi friends, welcome back. Happy Monday. I'm Christina, the manager at the Pacific Beach Library. We are beginning our final week of reading together Dracula by Bram Stoker. And in fact, today is, I believe, day 24 of our read-along. We're going to finish on Thursday. It's super exciting. I thought we would start out by choosing what book we'll read next, but perhaps we should wait a moment, just in case anyone else is going to tune in a little late. Let's start with the tea. Oh, once again, I forgot to drink my water. Technical difficulties. Okay, water gone. Now it's time for tea. Let's see. Today's tea, I finished off with little sample packs of the coconut macaron, so today's tea is a lovely fruit infusion with, let me get this right so you can see it. It's a fruit infusion with apple pieces, pineapple, coconut, freeze-dried marzipan, which contains almonds, blackberry leaves, and dried yogurt. It is delicious. Or at least I hope it will be. I was finishing off the packet, so I tried not to put too much water. I think I have enough for it to be properly steeped. It has some good color, but it is a light color, so I'm hoping it has enough flavor. Let's see. Oh, it smells really good. It's not super strong, but it's nice and sweet. Yeah, coconut and pineapple is definitely tasted. I'm not sure if it's the power of suggestion, but I feel like I can taste the almonds and the marzipan, but I'm not sure. Definitely good though. Okay, now that I see at least Judy is here with me, then let's go ahead and do a drawing. Let's see what we are going to do. So I looked at the thread that I opened last Monday. Thank you to everybody who voted, either nominated or voted. I did bump the votes a little bit for a few, like I saw that on some other threads people had nominated or had said I'm voting for that one, but they didn't put it in the proper thread. I decided we'd be a little lenient. We're not the official registrar of Read Along Together voters, and so I decided to go in and okay, if you said it anywhere that I spotted, I went ahead and counted that vote. So we had 4 books that each had 4 votes, and they are in order of when they were nominated. In order when they were nominated, our 4 nominees are 3 Men in a Boat by Jerome K. Jerome, which I have never read. Let's go ahead and add that into our glasses. The next one that was nominated, I can't remember if I read this. I feel like I might have read this years and years ago, but if I can't remember, it is well worth reading again, right? My Man Jeeves by P.G. Wodehouse. Let's go ahead and add that as well into our jar. Our next nominee that got 4 votes was A Room with a View. This has been on for a couple of our little polls. I think this is the 3rd time going into poll. Let's see if it makes it this time. And finally, one of the runners-up for this current reading that we're doing instead of Dracula, Frankenstein, and also the front runner, will Mary Shelley's Frankenstein come out in the lead this time? Let's find out and see. Alright, adding it in. Give it a good shake, so what was on the bottom is on top, what was on top is on the bottom, but uh-oh, there's a couple nested and something is stuck to the bottom. Uh-oh, that's not good. Uh-oh, hang on. I feel bad about having something stuck to the bottom, that's not good. That seems kind of cheatery, I didn't mean to do that. Alright, now they're all mixed up. Let's shake one out and see what we get. Alright, our next book. A Room with a View by Ian Forster. Yay! Alright, so that will be our next read along. We're going to start that, I believe, next Monday. Because I guess the other announcement is the top vote getter for when we do our little Dracula party is this Saturday at 3 o'clock. So we'll do our little Dracula get together. Saturday is, by the way, Halloween. So if you would like to come in costume, it is not required, but it's so much fun. I'll be in costume if anyone wants to. So our next book starting next Monday is you, and I will post the information about the Dracula party too, and that'll be this coming Saturday at 3. So yay! We have I'm so looking forward. We have a wonderful week ahead of us. We've got a great book to finish out, and we got another good book waiting for us. And a party on Saturday. So what more can you ask for, right? Let's go ahead and start by talking a bit about what happened in last Thursday's reading. It was funny, before we, right before this started, I was thinking to myself, I know this is great, I know this is suspenseful, and I couldn't remember the details, so I peeked just before I logged in. So let's talk a little bit about what happened in chapter 23. Ooh, we have folks watching from all around. Hello! Let's see, in chapter 23, it started out where they were at the house over in Piccadilly that they had broken into, and they had already sanitized, cleansed, made the boxes of earth at the Piccadilly house uninhabitable for Count Dracula by adding in a little bit of the Holy Sacrament, the wafer. So Quincy Morris and Lord Godalming had left the other 2 houses where Count Dracula had dropped off boxes of earth to try to sanctify those boxes also, so that way they could eliminate places where Dracula could safely rest. Because even though it is weird, apparently one of the bits of vampire lore here is that he could only rest in his own earth where, he was buried. And that's why he brought 50 boxes of earth with him from Pennsylvania when he came to England. Alright, so it starts out while they're waiting for Quincy Morris and Godalming. The professor is sort of killing time a little bit, but also sort of reviewing where they're at. So that's review where we're at. And he talks about how Dracula even though he was a brilliant man in life, like he had been a warrior, he had been a fighter, he had been a bit of a scholar and a statesman and all these things, in a way, he is also like a child, because even though he's been alive for so long, for centuries in fact, he is still learning, and he also, if he's not trying to learn anything, then he doesn't learn it. And he was saying, in some ways he's like a child in that he's been experimenting, like he has, when he was, bringing the earth over from Transylvania, he had it all shipped, like he had it carted out by the employees, and then he had it brought onto the boat. Then afterwards, when it was all carted out from the boat to the house in Carfax, he hired some men to bring some to Piccadilly and some to the other place. But only, when he was later on, it was either one of the two new homes, either Mile End or forget. He had talked to the carter and he said, I will help you lift that box out. And he helped him lift the box. This is what the Professor Van Helsing was saying, was that this was showing that Dracula was going to learn, but it'd be possible for him to handle the box himself, and therefore to eliminate the middleman of having a carter who had moved those boxes, and therefore if there was no laborer who could later report where those boxes came from and went to, then Dracula could more effectively guard the resting place of his boxes of earth, and therefore his resting place. So, he experimented by helping, and then later on there is one box missing from the Piccadilly house that they have not been able to account for. When Quincy and Godalming come, they say that yes, they did indeed sanctify those boxes. They cleansed them so that, or destroyed them is their phrasing, so that Count Dracula would not be able to use them any longer. They then go back. The group decides to go back because they don't... Oh, no, sorry. Before they can go, they realize that, he's hit all the other places Dracula has, and so therefore he must return eventually to the house at Piccadilly to find out how many, if any, of his boxes are remaining. So they wait for him in the Piccadilly house, and Count Dracula bursts in, and they have a fight. It's really dramatic. And in fact, Jonathan Harker attacks him, and he gets very close to hurting the Count, but unfortunately he isn't quite able to do it. He's not able to slay the Count, and in fact, Dracula, because when Harker stabs him and slashes and stuff, he drops on the ground his gold and some money and jewels and stuff like that. And basically, before he leaves, Dracula says, you think you hurt me, but you didn't. You're gonna be sorry because my revenge has just begun. I spread it over centuries and times on my side. Your girls that you love are mine already, and through them, and you and others shall yet be all mine. My creatures do my bidding when I want to be. Oh, it's so dramatic and great. However, what Professor Van Helsing says is, he's talking big, but he's really afraid, and I can tell he's afraid, and here's how. He's saying that, he can go anywhere and time is on his side, but he's running in fear now because he is down to one box of earth and because they're closing in on him. Also, you notice he's taking money. He doesn't have control over the situation. He's having to buy, help and assistance and aid right now. And so, he is not as bold as he's trying to make himself sound. So then they go back to Carfax and they see Madame Mina. They catch her up on what happened. They talk to her over dinner. And there's a really interesting conversation where Mina says, Jonathan, and all of you, I know you need to do these things, and I appreciate it so much, and that someday you must destroy, as you destroyed the false Lucy, that the true Lucy could live, basically that her demon-infested body would truly be killed, so that her soul, her spirit, would not, could live free again, go to its afterlife, basically, instead of being trapped with the demon that was doing those bad things. She says, though, just as you killed Lucy with mercy in your heart, basically, think of that too, that the poor soul who has done all this, Count Dracula, is the saddest case of all. Just think what will be his joy when he too is destroyed in his worser part, that his better part might have spiritual immortality. You must be pitiful to him too, and by that I mean have pity for, though it may not hold your hands in his destruction. And the rest of them are first no, absolutely not. It's horrible. How can you be pity? And she says basically, don't say these things. Someday it could be me. You know, it's like she has the vampire's blood in her. It's like it could happen someday if they can't stop Dracula. If she herself is transformed into a vampire, that someday someone might have to kill her. And would it not be better to be done with love and it's a sense of mercy instead of anger and retribution? And when they hear her speak that way, they all weep together. There is a lot of weeping in this book. But they, even though it's a struggle, they understand that they need to try to have pity even for Dracula, just as they would have it for her. The two of them, the Harpers, go to bed, and the rest of them make a schedule where they're going to stay up and watch. Jonathan Harper talks a little bit, too, how when they're going to bed, again, how wonderful Mina is, that she's so kind, and that, you know, the fact that she would even pity Dracula just shows her the value of her character. Now, he does say something I thought interesting, is that for a while, even though she'd been resting, she is suddenly calm. He hasn't seen her so calm in a while. And he thought at the time there was a softness of the red sunset on her face, but somehow he thinks it has a deeper meaning. I am not sleeping myself, though I'm weary to death. However, I must try to sleep, for tomorrow there is much to think of. He does fall asleep, and Mina wakes up with a startled look. Now, myself, they haven't said anything yet about it, but I wonder if there was a little bit of Dracula influence on this, because, again, with Lucy, we saw, too, she would go through these stages of peacefulness and not peacefulness, where she had disturbed slumber. And, again, if Mina's suddenly sleepy, especially with the red sunset, whenever we see the red light, there's usually a reference to Dracula's eyes. So the way that he's under here, it sounds like it was just her getting rest. But again, I'm not sure. If anyone else has thoughts on it, please go and comment. But whatever they do, she does wake up eventually. She wakes up Jonathan, says, I think there's somebody outside. They go out there, they find Mr. Morris listening outside in the corridor. And again, they feel safer, the two Harpers, knowing that there is somebody listening and watching outside. Although, we know from when the guards were watching Renfield before he was killed, that whenever Dracula wanted to come visit, basically the guards would be unable to stay awake as well. So it's very possible that even with the gentleman outside, they could be compelled to sleep by Dracula. Later in that same night, or in the early morning of the following day, Jonathan says again that Mina awakens him, and she says, I have an idea. It came to me in the night. And again, one hopes it was her own thought and not something planted by Dracula. She sells to Professor Van Helsing that she wants him to hypnotize her, so that maybe, because she has this connection to Dracula, she can share some knowledge and insight about where Dracula is resting before he falls asleep. And what she reveals is that she realizes that she can hear the lapping of water, and that therefore Dracula is on a ship. And so they surmise from this that Dracula is trying to flee the shores, and that they cannot immediately chase after him because they don't know which boat to go to, but they do know that he's trying to flee and to escape, and that this is their chance. Mina does say, though, like, why do we even need to seek him any further? Isn't it great if he just leaves? I mean, can't that be enough? And afterwards, he tells her that no, it is not enough, because, as Van Helsing says, he can live for centuries, and you are but a mortal woman. Time is now to be dreaded, once he put that mark on her throat. And so it ended there with Lucy realizing that even if she were to never encounter Dracula again, because, I mean, she's feeling really the weight of it, even if she were to never encounter him again in her lifetime, because she bears that vampiric blood in her body, if her mortal body were to die, she would transform into a vampire. So therefore they have to finish this. They can't just ignore Dracula. They need to resolve this issue. So, super dramatic stuff. Alright, we've only got 4 more chapters left of our book, and as I was quite perturbed, if you remember the other day, today's chapter 24, starts out with Dr. Seward's phonograph diary, spoken by someone else. Let's find out now, why is Van Helsing suddenly using the phonograph? We already had him speaking through others and via his letters. This is the first time he's done a phonographic entry in Dr. Seward's diary, so let's find out what's going on with Van Helsing and the rest in chapter 24 of Dracula by Bram Stoker. This to Jonathan Harper. You are to stay with your dear Madam Mina. We shall go to make our search, if I can call it so, for it is not search, but knowing, and we seek confirmation only. But do you stay and take care of her today. This is your best and most holiest office. This day nothing can find him here. Let me tell you that, so you will know what we four know already, for I have told them. He, our enemy, have gone away. He had gone back to his castle in Transylvania. I know it so well, as if a great hand of fire wrote it on the wall. He had prepared for this in some way, and that last earth box was ready to ship somewheres. For this, he took the money. For this, he hurried at the last, lest we catch him before the sun go down. It was his last hope, save that he might hide in the tomb he thinks poor Miss Lucy, being as he thought like him, would keep open to him. But there was not much time. When that failed, he made straight for his last resort, his last earthwork, I might say, did I wish double entendre. He is clever, oh so clever. He know that his game here was finished, and so he decided to go back home. He finds ship going by the route he came, and he go in it. We go off now to find what ship, and whither bound. When we have discovered that, we come back and tell you all. Then we will comfort you and poor dear Madam Mina with new hope. For it will be hope, when you think it over, that all is not lost. This very creature that we pursue, he take hundreds of years to get so far as London. And yet in one day, when we know of the disposal of him, we drive him out. He is finite, though he is powerful to do much harm, and suffers not as we do. But we are strong, each in our purpose, and we are all more strong together. Take heart afresh, dear husband of Madam Mina. This battle is but begun, and in the end we shall win. So sure is that God sits on high to watch over his children. Therefore, be of much comfort till we return. Van Helsing. Jonathan Harker's Journal. Jonathan Harker's Journal, 4 October. When I read to Nina Van Helsing's message in the phonograph, the poor girl brightened up considerably. Already, the certainty that the Count is out of the country has given her comfort, and comfort is strength to her. For my own part, now that his horrible danger is not face to face with us, it seems almost impossible to believe in it. Even my own terrible experiences in Castle Dracula seem like a long-forgotten dream. Here in the crisp autumn air, from the bright sunlight, alas, how can I disbelieve? In the midst of my thought, my eye fell on the red scar on my poor darling's white forehead. Whilst that lasts, there can be no disbelief. Mina and I fear to be idle, so we have been over all the diaries again and again. Somehow, although the reality seems greater each time, the pain and the fear seem less. There is something of a guiding purpose manifest throughout, which is comforting. Mina says that perhaps we are the instruments of ultimate good. It may be. I shall try to think as she does. We have never spoken to each other yet of the future. It is better to wait till we see the professor and the others after their investigations. The day is running by more quickly than I ever thought a day could run for me again. It is now 3 o'clock. Mina Harker's Journal, 5 October, 5 p.m. Our meeting for report. Present, Professor Van Helsing, Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, Mr. Quincy Morris, Jonathan Harker, Mina Harker. Dr. Van Helsing described what steps were taken during the day to discover on what boat and whither bound Count Dracula made his escape. As I know that he wanted to get back to Transylvania, I felt sure that he must go by the Danube Mount, or by somewhere in the Black Sea, since by that way he come. It was a dreary blank that was before us. Omne ignotum pro magnifico. And so with heavy hearts, we start to find what ships leave for the Black Sea last night. He was in sailing ships, since Madam Mina tell of since Madam Mina tell of sails being set. These not so important as to go in your list of the shipping in the Times, and so we go, by suggestion of Lord Godalming, to your Lloyd's, where are notes of all ships that sail, however so small. There we find that only one Black Sea-bound ship go out with the tide. She is the Tsarina Catherine, and she sailed from Doolittle's Wharf for Varna, and thence to other ports and up the Danube. So, said I, this is the ship whereon is the count. So off we go to Doolittle's Wharf, and there we find a man in an office of wood so small that the man looks bigger than the office. From him we inquire of the goings of the Tsarina Catherine. He sware much, and he red face and loud of voice, but he good fellow all the same. And when Quincy give him something from his pocket, which crackled as he rolled it up, and put it in a so small bag which he had hid deep in his clothing, he still better fellow, and humble servant to us. He come with us and ask many men who are rough and hot. These be better fellows too, when they have been no more thirsty. They say much of blood and bloom, and of others which I comprehend not, though I guess what they mean. But nevertheless they tell us all things which we want to know. They make known to us among them how last afternoon at about 5 o'clock comes a man so hurried, a tall man, thin and pale, with high nose and teeth so white, and eyes that seem to be burning, that he be all in black, except that he have a hat of straw, which suit him not or the time, that he scattered his money in making quick inquiries of what ship sails for the Black Sea, and for where. Some took him to the office and then to the ship, where he will not go aboard, but halt at shore end of gangplank, and ask if the captain come to him. The captain comes, and told that he will pay well, and though he sware much at the first, he agreed to term. Then the thin man go, and someone tell him where horse and cart can be hired. He go there, and soon come again, himself driving cart on which a great box. This he himself lift up, though it takes several to put it on truck for the ship. He give much talk to captain as to how and where his box is to be placed, but the captain like it not, and swear at him in many tongues, and tell him that if he like he can come and see where it shall be. But he say no, that he come not yet, for that he have much to do. Whereupon the captain tell him that he had better be quick, with blood, for that his ship will leave the place of blood before the turn of tide, with blood. Then the thin man smiled and said that of course he must go when he think fit, but he will be surprised if he go quite so soon. The captain swear again, polyglot, and the thin man make him bow and thank him, and said that he will so far intrude on his kindness as to come aboard before the sailing. Final the captain, more red than ever, and in more tongues, tell him that he doesn't want no Frenchmen with bloom upon them, and also with blood in his ship, with blood on her also. And so, after asking where there might be close at hand a ship where he might purchase ship forms, he departed. No one knew where he went, or Blumenwell cared, as it said, for they had something else to think of. Well, with blood again, for it soon became apparent to all that the Tsarina Catherine would not sail as was expected. A thin mist began to creep up from the river, and it grew and grew, till soon a dense fog enveloped the ship and all around her. The captain swore polyglot, very polyglot with bloom and blood, that he could do nothing. The water rose and rose, and he began to fear that he would lose the tide altogether. He was in no friendly mood when just at full tide the thin man came up the gangplank again and asked to see where his box had been stowed. Then the captain replied that he wished that he and his box, old and with much bloom and blood, were in hell. But the thin man did not be offended, and went down with the mate and saw where it was placed, and came up and stood a while on deck in fog. He must have come off by himself, for none noticed him. Indeed, they thought not of him, for soon the fog began to melt away, and all was clear again. My friends of the thirst and the language that was of bloom and blood laughed, as they told how the captain's swears exceeded even his usual polyglot, and was more than ever full of picturesque. When on questioning other mariners who were on movement up and down the river that hour, he found that few of them had seen any of fog at all, except where it lay round the wharf. However, the ship went out on the ebb tide and was doubtless by morning far down the river mouth. She was then, when they told us, well out to sea. And so, my dear Madam Nina, it is that we have to rest for a time, for our enemy is on the sea, with the fog in his command, on his way to the Danube's mouth. To sail a ship takes time, though she never so quick, and when we start to go on land, more quick. And we meet him there. Our best hope is to come on him when in the box between sunrise and sunset, for then he can make no struggle, and we may deal with him as we should. There are days for us in which we may make ready our plan. We know all about where he goes, for we have seen the owner of the ship, who has shown us invoices and all papers that can be. The box we seek is to be landed in Varna and to be given to an agent, one Ristic, who will there present his credentials, and so our merchant friend will have done his part. What he asks if there be any wrong, for that so, he can telegraph we have inquiry made at Varna. We say no, for what is to be done is not for the police or of the customs. It must be done by us alone, and in our way. When Dr. Van Holten had done speaking, I asked him if he was certain that the Count had remained on board the ship. He replied, "We have the best proof of that. Your own evidence when in the hypnotic trance this morning." I asked him again if it were really necessary that they should pursue the Count, for oh, I dread Jonathan leaving me, and I know that he would surely go if the others went. He answered in growing passion, at first quietly. As he went on, however, he grew more angry and more forceful, till in the end we could not but see wherein was at least some of that personal dominance which made him so long the master amongst men. Yes, it is necessary, for your sake in the first, and then for the sake of humanity. This monster has done much harm already in the narrow scope where he finds himself, and in a short time when as yet he was only as a body groping his so small measure in darkness and not knowing. All this have I told these others. You, my dear Madam Nina, will learn it in the photograph of my friend John, or in that of your husband. I have told them how the measure of leaving his own barren land, barren of people, and coming to a new land, where life of men teems till they are like the multitude of standing corn, was the work of centuries. Were another of the undead, like him, to try to do what he has done, perhaps not all the centuries of the world that have been, or that will be, could aid him. With this one, all the forces of nature that are impulsed to be deep and strong must have worked together in some wondrous way. The very place where he had been alive, undead for all these centuries, is full of strangeness of the geologic and chemical world. There are deep caverns and fissures that reach none know whither. There have been volcanoes, some of whose openings still send out waters of strange properties and gases that kill or make to vivify. Doubtless, there is something magnetic or electric in some of these combinations of occult forces which work for physical life in strange way, and in himself were from the first some great qualities. In a hard and warlike time, he was celebrated that he had more iron nerve, more subtle brain, more braver heart than any man. In him some vital principle had in strange way found their utmost, and as his body keeps strong and grow and thrive, so his brain grow too. All this without that diabolic aid which is surely to him, for it hath to yield to the powers that come from and are symbolic of good. And now, this is what he is to us. He have infected you. Oh, forgive me, my dear, that I must say such, but it is for good of you that I speak. He infect you in such wise that even if he do no more, you have only to live in your own old sweet way, and so in time death, which is of man's common lot, and with God's sanction, should make you like to him. This must not be. We have sworn together that it must not. Thus are we ministers of God's own wish, that the world and men for whom his son died will not be given over to monsters whose very existence would defame him. He had allowed us to redeem one soul already, and we go out as the old knights of the cross to redeem more. Like them, we shall travel towards the sunrise, and like them, if we fall in good cause. He paused, and I said, but will not the Count take his rebuff wisely? Since he has been driven from England, will he not avoid it, as a tiger does the village from which he has been hunted? Aha, he said. Your simile of the tiger good, for me, and I shall adopt him. Your man-eater, as they of India call the tiger who has once tasted blood of the human, care no more for the other prey, will prowl unceasingly till we get him. This that we hunt from our village is a tiger too, a man-eater, and he never ceased to prowl. Nay, in himself he is not one to retire and stay afar. In his life, his living life, he go over the Turkey frontier and attack his enemy on his own ground. He be beaten back, but did he stay? No, he come again and again and again. Look at his persistence and endurance. With the child brain that was to him, he had long since conceived the idea of coming to a great city. What does he do? He find out the place of all the world most of promise for him. Then he deliberately set himself down to prepare for the task. He find in patience just how is his strength and what are his powers. He studied new tongues. He learned new social life, new environment of old ways, the politics, the law, the finance, the science, the habit of a new land and a new people who have come to be since he was. His lips that he had had whet his appetite only and keen his desire. Nay, it helped him to grow as to his brain, for it all proved to him how right he was at the first in his surmises. He had done this alone, all alone, from a ruined tomb in a forgotten land. What more may he not do when the greater world of thought is open to him? He that can smile at death as we know him, who can flourish in the midst of diseases that kill off whole peoples. Oh, if such an one was to come from God and not the devil, what a force for good might he not be in this old world of ours? But we are pledged to set the world free. Our toil must be in silence, and our efforts all in secret. For in this enlightened age, when men believe not even what they see, the doubting of wise men would be his greatest strength. He would be at once his shield and his armor, and his weapons to destroy us, his enemies, who are willing to peril even our own souls for the safety of one we love, for the good of mankind, and for the honor and glory of God. After a general discussion, it was determined that for tonight nothing would be definitely settled, that we should all sleep on their backs and try to think out the proper conclusions. Tomorrow, at breakfast, we are to meet again, and after making our conclusions known to one another, we shall decide on some definite cause of action. I feel a wonderful peace and rest tonight. It is as if some haunting presence were removed from me. Perhaps my surmise was not finished, could not be, for I caught sight in the mirror of the red mark upon my forehead, and I knew that I was still unmoved. Dr. Stewart's Diary, 5 October. We all arose early, and I think that sleep did much for each and all of us. When we met at early breakfast, there was more general cheerfulness than any of us had ever expected to experience again. It is really wonderful how much resilience there is in human nature. Let any obstructing cause, no matter what, be removed in any way, even by death, and we fly back to first principles of hope and enjoyment. More than once, as we sat around the table, my eyes opened in wonder whether the whole of the past days had not been a dream. It was only when I caught sight of the red blotch on Mrs. Harper's forehead that I was brought back to reality. Even now, when I am gravely revolving the matter, it is almost impossible to realize that the cause of all our trouble is still existent. Even Mrs. Harper seems to lose sight of her trouble for whole spells. It is only now and again when something recalls it to her mind that she thinks of her terrible scar. We are to meet here in my study in half an hour and decide on our course of action.
Are you?
I see only one immediate difficulty. I know it by instinct rather than reason. We shall all have to speak frankly, and yet I fear that in some mysterious way, poor Mrs. Harper's tongue is tied. I know that she forms conclusions of her own, and from all that has been, I can guess how brilliant and how true they must be. But she will not, or cannot, give them utterance. I have mentioned this to Van Helsing, and he and I are to talk it over when we are
Oh, I do
alone.
not need you.
I suppose it is some of that horrid poison which has got into her veins beginning to work. The Count has his own purposes when he gave her what Van Helsing called the vampire's baptism of blood. Well, there may be a poison that distills itself out of good things. In an age when the existence of ptomaines is a mystery, we should not wonder at anything. One thing I know, that if my instinct be true regarding poor Mrs. Harper's silences, then there is a terrible difficulty, an unknown danger in the work before us. The same power that compels her silence may compel her speech. I dare not think further, for so I should in my thoughts dishonor a noble woman. Later, when the professor came in, we talked over the state of things. I could see that he had something on his mind which he wanted to say, but felt some hesitancy about broaching the subject. After beating around the bush a little, he said suddenly, "Friend John, there was something that you and I must talk
I'm
about
not sure you guys
just
are
at the
worth
first
my
at any
time.
rate. Later, we may have to take the others into our confidence." Then he stopped, so I waited. He went on. Madam Mina, our poor dear Madam Mina, is changing. A cold shiver ran through me to find my worst fears thus endorsed. Van Helsing continued, "With the sad experience of Miss Lucy, we must this time be warned before things go too far. Our task is now in reality more difficult than ever, and this new trouble makes every hour of the direst importance. I can see the characteristics of the vampire coming in her face. It is now but very, very slight, but it is to be seen if we have eyes to notice without prejudge. Her teeth are some sharper, and at times her eyes are more hard. But these are not all. There is to her the silence now often, as so it was with Miss Lucy. She did not speak, even when she wrote that which she wished to be known later. Now, my fear is this. If it be that she can, by our hypnotic trance, tell what the Count see and hear, is it not more true that he who have hypnotized her first, and who have drink of her very blood, and make her drink of his, should, if he will, compel her mind to disclose to him that which she knows?" I nodded acquiescence. He went on, "Then, what we must do is prevent this. We must keep her ignorant of our intent, and so she cannot tell what she know not. This is a painful task. Oh, so painful that it heartbreaks me to think of it. But it must be. When today we meet, I must tell her that for reason which we will not speak, she must not be more in our counsel, but be simply guarded by us." He wiped his forehead, which had broken out in profuse perspiration at the thought of the pain which he might have to inflict upon the poor soul already so tortured. I knew that it would be some sort of comfort to him if I told him that I also had come to the same conclusion, for at any rate it would take away the pain of doubt. I told him, and the effect was as I expected. It is now close to the time of our general gathering. Van Helsing has gone away to prepare for the meeting and his painful part of it. I really believe his purpose is to be able to pray alone. Later, at the very outset of our meeting, a great personal relief was experienced by both Van Helsing and myself. Mrs. Harper had sent a message by her husband to say that she would not join us at present, as she thought it better that we should be free to discuss our movements without her presence to embarrass us. The professor and I looked at each other for an instant, and somehow we both seemed relieved. For my own part, I thought that if Mrs. Harper realized the danger herself, it was much pain as well as much danger averted. Under the circumstances, we agreed, by a questioning look and answer, with finger on lip, to reserve silence in our suspicions until we should have been able to confer alone again. We went at once into our plan of campaign. Van Helsing roughly put the facts before us first.
I can't hear
The
this
Zarina
together.
Catherine left the Thames yesterday morning. It will take her the quickest speed she has ever made, at least 3 weeks to reach Varna, but we can travel overland to the same place in 3 days. Now, if we allow for 2 days left for the ship's voyage, owing to such weather influences as we know the Count can bring to bear, and if we allow a whole day and night rain delays which may occur to us, then we have a margin of nearly 2 weeks. Thus, in order to be quite safe, we must leave here on 17th at latest. Then we shall at any rate be in Varna the day before the ship arrives, and able to make such preparations as may be necessary. Of course, we shall all go armed against evil things, spiritual as well as physical. Here, Quincy Morris added, I understand that the Count comes from a wolf country, and it may be that he shall get there before us. I propose that we add Winchesters to our armament. I have a kind of belief in a Winchester when there is any trouble about sword round. Do you remember, Art, when we had the pack after us at Schultz? What would we have given them for a fair peace? Van Helsing. Winchesters it shall be. Quincy's head is level at times, but most so when there is to hunt. Metaphor be more dishonor to science than wolves be of danger to man. In the meantime, we can do nothing here. And as I think that Varna is not familiar to any of us, why not go there more soon? It is as long to wait here as there. Tonight and tomorrow we can get ready, and then, if all be well, we four can set out on our journey. We four? Said Harper interrogatively, looking from one to another of us. Of course, answered the professor quickly. You must remain to take care of your so sweet wife. Harper was silent for a while, and then said in a hollow voice, Let us talk of that part of it in the morning. I want to consult with Nina. I thought that now was the time for Van Helsing to warn him not to disclose our plan to her, but he took no notice. I looked at him significantly and coughed. For answer, he put his finger on his lips and turned away. Jonathan Harper's Journal, October, afternoon. For some time after our meeting this morning, I could not think. The new phases of things leave my mind in a state of wonder which allows no room for active thought. Nina's determination not to take any part in the discussion set me thinking, and so I could not argue the matter with her. I could only guess. I am as far as ever from a solution now. The way that others received it, too, puzzled me. The last time we talked about the subject, we agreed that there was to be no more concealment of anything amongst us. Nina is sleeping now, calmly and sweetly like a little child. Her lips are curved, and her face beams with happiness. Thank God, there are such moments still for her. Later. How strange it all is. I sat watching Nina's happy sleep, and I came as near to being happy myself as I suppose I shall never be. As the evening drew on, and the earth took its shadows from the sun sinking lower, the silence of the room grew more and more solemn to me. All at once Nina opened her eyes, and looking at me tenderly said, Jonathan, I want you to promise me something on your word of honor. A promise made to me, but made holily in God's hearing, and not to be broken though I should go down on my knees and implore you with bitter tears. Quick, you must make it to me.
I think I figured out a good way to take
Nina, I said, a promise like that I cannot make at once. I may have no right to make it. The dear one, she said, with such spiritual intensity that her eyes were like cold stars. It is I who wish it, and it is not for myself. You can ask Dr. Van Helsing if I am not right. If he disagrees, you may do as you will. Nay, more, if you all agree later, you are absolved from the promise. I promise, I said, and for a moment she looked supremely happy, though to me, all happiness for her was denied by the red scar on her forehead. She said, Promise me that you will not tell me anything of the plans formed for the campaign against the Count. Not by word or inference or implication, not at any time, whilst this remains to me, and she solemnly pointed to the scar. I saw that she was in earnest and said solemnly, "I promise." And as I said it, I felt that from that instant the door had been shut between us. Later, midnight. Mina has been bright and cheerful all the evening, so much so that all the rest seemed to take courage, as if infected somewhat with her gaiety. As a result, even I myself felt as if the pall of gloom which weighs us down were somewhat lifted. We all retired early. Mina is now sleeping like a little child. It is a wonderful thing that her faculty of sleep remains to her in the midst of her terrible trouble. Thank God for it, for then at least she can forget her care. Perhaps her example may affect me as her gaiety did tonight. I shall try it. Oh, for a dreamless sleep. 6 October morning. Another surprise. Mina woke me early, about the same time as yesterday, and asked me to bring Dr. Van Helsing. I thought that it was another occasion for hypnotism, and without question went for the professor. He had evidently expected some such call, for I found him dressed in his room. His door was ajar so that he could hear the opening of the door of our room. He came at once. As he passed into the room, he asked Mina if the others might come too. "No," she said quite simply. "It will not be necessary. You can tell them just as well. I must go with you on your journey." Dr. Van Helsing was as startled as I was. After a moment's pause, he asked, "But why?" "You must take me with you. I am safer with you, and you shall be safer too." "But why, dear Madam Mina? You know that your safety is our solemnest duty. We go into danger to which you are, or may be, more liable than any of us from circumstances, things that have been." He paused, embarrassed. As she replied, she raised her finger and pointed to her forehead. "I know. This is why I must go. I can tell you now, whilst the sun is coming up, I may not be able again. I know that when the Count wills me, I must go. I know that if he tells me to come in secret, I must by any device to put me, even Jonathan." God saw the look that she turned on me as she spoke, and if there be indeed a recording angel, that look is noted for her everlasting honor. I could only clasp her hand. I could not speak. My emotion was too great for even the relief of tears. She went on, "You men are brave and strong. You are strong in your numbers, for you can defy that which would break down the human endurance of one who had to guard alone. Besides, I may be of service, since you can hypnotize me and so learn that which even I myself do not know." Dr. Van Helsing said very gravely, "Madam Mina, you are, as always, most wise. You shall with us come, and together we shall do that which we go forth to achieve." When he had spoken, Mina's long spell of silence made me look at her. She had fallen back on her pillow asleep. She did not even wake when I had pulled up the blind and let in the sunlight which flooded the room. Van Helsing motioned to me to come with him quietly. We went to his room, and within a minute Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, and Mr. Morris were with us also. He told me what Mina had said and went on, "In the morning we shall leave for Varna. We have now to deal with a new factor, Madam Mina. Oh, but her soul is true. It is to her an agony to tell us so much as she has done, that it is most right when we are warned in time. There must be no chance lost, and in Varna we must be ready to act the instant when that ship arrives." "What shall we do exactly?" asked Mr. Morris laconically. The professor paused before replying. "We shall at the first board that ship. That, when we have identified the box, we shall place a branch of the wild rose on it. This we shall fasten, for when it is there, none can emerge. So at least says the superstition, and to superstition must be trusted the first. It was man's faith in the early, and it have its root in faith still. Then, when we have the opportunity that we seek, when none are near to see, we shall open the box and all will be well." "I shall not wait for any opportunity," said Morris. "When I see the box, I shall open it and destroy the monster, though there were 1,000 men looking on. If I am to be wiped out for it the next moment, though there be 1,000 men looking on, and if I am to be wiped out for it the next moment." I grasped his hand instinctively and found it as firm as a piece of steel. I think he understood my look. I hope he did. Good boy, said Dr. Van Helsing. Brave boy. Quincy is all man. God bless him for it. My child, believe me, none of us shall lag behind or pause from any fear. I do but say what we may do, what we must do. But indeed we cannot say what we shall do. There are so many things which may happen, and their ways and their ends are so various that until the moment we may not say. We shall all be armed in all ways, and when the time for the end has come, our effort shall not be lack. Now let us today put all our affairs in order. Let all things which touch on others dear to us, and who on us depend, be complete, for none of us can tell what, or when, or how the end may be. As for me, my own affairs are regulate, and as I have nothing else to do, I shall go make arrangements for the travel. I shall have all tickets and so forth for our journey. There was nothing further to be said, and we parted. I shall now settle up all my affairs of earth and be ready for whatever may come. Later. It is done. My will is made and all complete. Mina, if she survives, is my sole heir. If it should not be so, then the others who have been so good to us shall have remainder. It is now drawing towards the sunset. Nina's uneasiness calls my attention to it. I am sure that there is something on her mind which the time of exact sunset will reveal. These occasions are becoming harrowing times for us all, for each sunrise and sunset opens up some new danger, some new pain, which, however, may in God's will be means to a good end. I write all these things in a diary, since my darling must not hear them now. But if it may be that she can see them again, they shall be ready. She is calling to me.
True electric
That
death.
concludes chapter 24 of Dracula. Thank you to everybody for joining me today. We have just 3 more chapters of our book. Are they going to meet up with Dracula and Varna? Will they meet him around? Oh my goodness, what's going to happen? Just 3 more days. Okay.
This isn't fun.
We can handle it. We can wait 3 more days to find the conclusion of our book. For those of you who are terrible like me about waiting, let me just, for anyone who came in a little late, let me tell you the secret of what we decided to do next. That at least mystery has been solved. Our next book after this will be A Room with a View by E.M. Forster. I do believe I read that book many years ago. But if you have, you might want to wait till after we finish so the spoilers won't happen. But the film version, the Merchant Diaries film version, is amazing. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. So, yes, thank you very much for joining me today. We have only 3 more days of our read-along together of Dracula. Sorry, I looked over and I saw it. Of Dracula, before we begin our read-along together next week of A Room with a View. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you have a wonderful day. And if I remember to bring it in, I should have a very special team tomorrow. Okay, take care, friends. Bye. Hi friends, welcome back. I'm Christina, the manager of the Pacific Beach Library. Today is day 25 of our read-along together of Dracula by Bram Stoker. Today is our 3rd to last day of our read-along together to complete this book. Quite exciting. And in honor of that, I brought in a special drink. I mentioned this yesterday. So I did 2 things that I actually had to plan in advance. 1, I brewed a pot of the berry blossom tea, so it has that beautiful blood red color. And I brewed it in advance, and I chilled it. It's not totally as cold as I want it to be, but that's okay because I have ice. And in fact, I have very special ice. I don't know if you guys can see that. It is Vampire Fang ice. Is that not adorable? A friend of mine loaned me her little coffin-shaped ice cube tray that makes little fangs. So I've got Dracula Fang ice cubes. So now let's go ahead. Hello, friends. I've got some blood red tea to pour my Dracula Fang ice. I'm looking forward to seeing if I can get the fangs to float amidst the blood red tea. That's not a bad look. Let's bring that a little closer. I don't know. Can you see that okay? I think that looks quite nice. The little fangs there in the middle of in that blood red tea. So kind of fun. Oh hey, how are you doing? That is so good. Okay, so a nice bloody tea to enjoy for today's reading. A couple other quick announcements. Yeah. I do love Halloween. A couple more little announcements. We are having, as I mentioned, our tea party at the end of our book, to conclude our book. And so if you'd like to come to that, it's on Saturday, the 31st, which is Halloween. And as you can see, I do love celebrating Halloween. And so you don't have to wear a costume, but it's thoroughly encouraged if you would like to. I'll be in costume. And so that'll be this Saturday, the 31st. Go ahead and mark on the event created in our Facebook group if you're interested or if you're able to go. And I'll go ahead and email you or message you back with the passcode to get into the Zoom meeting. So that'll be this Saturday. Also, one more thing, if you're in the local area and you want to swing by the Pacific Beach Library on Thursday, I know it's kind of a crazy idea coming to our library instead of just doing a virtual programming together. We're actually doing a Halloween spooktacular. We normally would do a spooktacular, but because of the way things are this year, we are doing it as a more distance event. And so what we're doing is we're inviting people to come by and take photos on green screen. One of the backgrounds will feature bats, which I think are going to give a vampiric nature. So if you'd like to take a little photo, you don't have to choose a vampire bat background, but if you've been inspired by our read along together Dracula and you really want to have that photo, you can come do that with us here. And so we're going to do that this Thursday the 29th from 9:30 to 1, and again 2 to 5:30. And so we'll be doing the photos, we'll also have crafts with the kids and candy. If the grown-ups want candy too, we can probably have some also. I think we'll have enough. Let's see, and then what else are we going to have? Oh, because it's so spectacular, we're putting bikes, so we'll have bike lights donated by the San Diego Bike Coalition, supplies us. And we'll also have a bike map for everybody who's like this. That's going to be this Thursday the 29th, basically from 9:30 to 5:30, except for 1 to 2 during lunch. So, we look forward to seeing you if you can make it on Thursday. If not, if you're at the party someday and you're join us on Saturday for the tea party. It's going to be great. Alright, now let's talk a little bit about what we read yesterday. Ooh, things are really coming together. There's a lot of I hesitate to say crazy, but there's crazy stuff going on in this book. Oh my goodness, we're dealing with like vampires and just very unusual. Alright, so where we started out with chapter 24 was Dr. Seward was writing to Jonathan Harker or speaking to him via the photograph, but he was saying to him basically, you need to take care of your wife, you need to stay behind, the rest of us are going to go, and we're going to meet Count Dracula's ship over at Varna so we can take care of the situation, get rid of him for good, but you need to stay with Nina. Jonathan, however, there's a little bit of Jonathan's diary where he's worried about what's happening. Basically, he sort of says it's hard to believe that this is going on. The day, it's a crisp autumn day, it's bright sunlight, things just don't seem like they should be that bad. Then he looks at Nina and he sees a red mark on her forehead when that holy wave was scarred her skin because she is unclean, because she has that demon in her body. And he says, how could I ever forget? How could I have forgotten? That scar reminds me of the danger she's in, and therefore, that this is a horror that we can't escape from, so we need to do something to stop it. Nina Harker's journal continues. She is basically taking the minutes for a meeting between all of the gentlemen and herself, where they're making their plans, and they're talking about how they spoke to the gentleman who had been associated with Tsarina and Catherine, the ship that they realized that Count Dracula had paid to have his boss's bird put onto, so they could be transported away and taken away from England. There is an interesting bit there where they talk about how when Nina Harker is sharing the account with Dr. Helsing, and he says he spoke like people on the ship, they kept talking about blood and brood, and they kept saying that a lot, and I was a little confused about blood and brood, and I looked that up in the annotation edition, and it wasn't actually referring to blood, and I thought it was sort of like a vampire kind of thing. I'm like, why are they talking about blood? I know what I can buy. I know what I can buy. No, I can't. Blood and brood was that was sort of a person. So it's sort of like how blood later on became a popular person anyway. Which actually they were saying too was only Pygmalion was the first time in literature the term blood as used in a curse sense was printed, and prior to that it actually feel like how we do curse words. So it was like B and then why do I have to cut it so? And so I thought that was kind of interesting. So when they're saying blood and bloom, there was much talk of the blood and bloom, and we would say like something and then blood. Be quick with blood, for that ship will take place of blood before the turn of the tide with blood. What was happening there was the men were cursing, and they were sort of subbing out, trying to make it sound a little less bad. They were throwing in blood or the moon instead of like a moon is something, and instead of a bloody something. So that was considered even more of a curse word. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Because of the reading Dracula, I thought that they were actually saying something about the physical substance of blood. But no, they were genuinely listening. Okay, sorry. But the gentlemen were saying how there was this man who would come by quite rudely with Dracula.
Was that the key? Did I go by the key?
Getting space on the ship for his boss.
I did, but now that I know, I'll just keep it.
To come in and prevent them from sailing away when the other ships all had no sign of mist. But eventually the ship does leave, and we presume it has found Dracula on it. So they make their plans. The team there, super friends, if you will. They make their plan about how they're going to capture, or sorry, encounter Count Dracula and try to stop him and kill him in the final death. And
no, get me out of the loop.
they make their plans about how they might try
How do I get out of the loop? I have a key. What do I do with
Maybe
it?
they should have will take about 3 weeks. By train, will take 3 days. Maybe they should give a couple of days. Like, what if they get there early? What if the train is delayed? Maybe they should be within 2 weeks. Maybe they should be sooner. Let's make up our minds. We're thinking about it. It switches over to Dr. Seward style again. And he
That
basically
cannot be a
says
bombable spot. No
he
way.
also feels like that same thing that Jonathan Harker is
But
saying.
I
Things
gotta
aren't going
check.
to be that bad. There are moments of good enjoyment and things are good until he sees that red mark on Nina Harker's forehead, which reminds him that this is a grave matter and they have to do
But to
something.
me,
And it
anyway.
occurs to that Nina Harker seems to be a bit more reserved than she had been in the past. And that perhaps it's not just a reservation of her own that she feels bad about what's happened, but maybe there's some sort of control being exhibited by Dracula that is tying her tongue, that is stopping her from being as candid with them as she normally would. And so he starts to wonder, although he feels guilty about it, that maybe they shouldn't be so open with Nina Harker. Later on, Professor Van Helsing comes in and he brings up the same concern. And the two of them both realize that they're thinking that if Nina Harker, when at the moments of sunrise and sunset, when she has that moment where she's a bit more free of the power of Dracula, and just as he's falling asleep, that she might, if she can channel him and show them, that Count Dracula's on the boat, by the same token, Dracula might be able to see through her eyes and learn more about what she's at and what she's doing and hear the conversations that she's observed during the day. And so they're thinking that they need to be more circumspect around Nina Harker, because even though she would not want to reveal the plans that they're making, she might not have a choice, because she is a creature now of Dracula because he forced her to take his blood. So they feel really bad about it. They don't want to hurt her feelings, but they feel like it's very necessary that they start leaving her out of this. The next meeting that the group has, Nina Harker basically sends a message first by her husband saying, I don't think I'm going to join you. You go ahead and start with that. And so they're relieved and they don't discuss it further. They go into their plans. They talk about what they're going to do. Quincy says we should take guns with us. In fact, we should take Winchester rifles with us because they will be the most effective at, for hunting Dracula if we need to. They also tell Harker that he needs to stay behind, that the rest of them are going to go and, do the chase after Dracula, but he needs to stay and watch his wife. I forgot to mention too, when Van Helsing was talking about Nina, he mentioned too that she is starting to show some of the appearance of the vampire. It's still subtle, but that her eyes occasionally show a hardness and her teeth are looking a little sharper. And so that the signs are there that she is changing even though she doesn't want to. Subtle, but still there, so that's why they need to be cautious about her. Jonathan Harker then is again disappointed that he's not going to be able to go with the others. So he goes back, and now the journal resumes at the chapter resumes at Jonathan Harker's journal, and he starts to think too about why she didn't want to be involved, and he's wondering if perhaps she is also trying to keep herself out of it for a reason, which he's not spelling out, but I think that we're all sort of thinking along the same lines, that Nina Harker may not be able to control what contract with her. Nina, when she wakes up, she says to him, I need you to promise that no matter what, you will not tell me anything of the plans or for the campaign against the Count. Not by word, not by inference, not by implication, and not ever while I have this scar still. And she says basically too, even if I were to ask, you can't do it. So you have to do not break the promise, but I should go down on my knees and implore you with bitter tears. And I think she realizes too, as the transformation happens, she may not be able to control herself, and she may become, more of the minion of Count Dracula, but she might not be, she will not down to. And so, promises that she will try to keep her in the dark about things that they can try to keep Dracula uninformed about their plans. However, let's see, another surprise. The next day, however, Mina wakes up and she says to them, I have to go with you on the journey. And she tells to Dr. Van Helsing, who is surprised. She says, he basically says, there's things that are going on, he don't want you to, he's trying not to hurt her feelings. He wants to basically let her know they can't endanger her or themselves by bringing her. But then she points to her forehead and she says, once again, she needs to go, and she says only while the sun is coming up can she speak freely and candidly, and that this is when she needs to say that she has to be able to go. She says, I know that if he tells me to come and stay where I must by while, by any device, including even Jonathan. But she says she has to be able to go so they hypnotize her, and so learn from her maybe what she may not consciously be aware of. And so in that sense, she will be used as a tool to stop Dracula. So, they do indeed decide to take Nina with them. Also, too, there's a point there where Quincy Morris makes a point of saying, I will not wait if I see Dracula. Because Helsing Van Helsing was saying, if we see him, we need to make our plans, we need to make sure we're
I know where I'm going. Look, I have the blue armor, I have a really good shield, I have a really good sword, I have a big old backpack, I've got a satchel. The satchel's not so much for what I got, it's for what I find along the way. And I got a magic cape, so I can just move through like invisible style, like the one night. I'm like Gollum. With a cape. I'm flipping Gollum with the cape. Gollum with the cape for the win. Can you hear me? Can you say anything? Hello? You were at low volume, so I heard nothing you just said. Were you saying things? Say something. Testing. Okay, this is a fan game where every dungeon it's like a slot machine. Like every time you might get a chance to get a real. Like I haven't seen a boomerang yet. I haven't seen a bow and arrow. It's just luck of the draw. You have to use what you get. You have to play the cards that are dealt checkers.
Okay, let's go ahead and have some Dracula tea. It is fantastic. Okay. Alright. And that's the last episode of today. Alright, chapter 25 begins with Dr. Seward's diary. 11 October evening. Jonathan Carter is asking to note this, as he says he is hardly equal to the task and he wants an exact record kept. I think that none of us were surprised we were asked to use Carter a little before the time of sunset. We have of late come to understand that the sunrise and the sunset are to her times of peculiar freedom, when her old self can be manifest without any controlling force subduing or restraining her or inciting her to action. This mood or condition begins some half hour or more before actual sunrise or sunset, and lasts either the sun is high or whilst the clouds are still low with rays streaming above the horizon. At first, there's a sort of negative condition, as if some tide would loosen, and then the absolute
Are you kind of doing your own
when, however, the freedom
what did I do?
the feedback or relapse comes
Where did you go?
preceded only by a spell of morning silence.
No.
Tonight, when we met, she she was somewhat constrained and bore all the signs of an internal struggle. I put it down myself for her to make no violent effort.
There you are. Hi.
She could do so. The very few minutes, however,
Are you doing your own thing, or do you want to switch to something cool, like Orson Welles, like Mercury Theater, or Count Duck?
Taking her husband's hand in hers, she began. We are all here together in freedom for perhaps the last time.
Well, if you get an idea for something you want to listen to, or if you want to change all the chaos down, we can change it up. But right now, the most interesting things are Lord of the Rings, Dracula, and in Zelda, I figured out the secret to success.
You are going to be so good to me for taking you with you. I know that all brave, earnest men can do for a poor, weak woman whose soul...
You gotta fight for every heart. You gotta be as careful as you possibly can. Like right there when I got hit by a rock, that was just a tragedy. But you don't take it too hard, but you basically try your best to avoid every little mess up.
Which may destroy me unless...
Ice cold, no mistakes.
Oh, my friends, you know as well as I do that my soul...
You gotta just be really careful all the time. And I say that as I'm talking and getting my butt kicked by a couple octaves.
She was feeling through all in her, beginning and ending with her husband. What is that way? Asked Van Helsing in a hoarse voice. What is that way?
I don't even love
May not take. That I may die now, either by my own hand or that of another, before the greater evil is entirely wrong. I know, and you know, that were I once dead, you could and would set free my mortal spirit, even as you did my poor Lucy. Were death, or the fear of death, the only thing that stood in the way, I would not shrink to die here now, amidst the friends who love me. But death is not.
No wonder people didn't come home. This place is rough.
When there is hope before us and a bitter task to be done, it is God's will.
Okay.
Therefore, I, on my part, give up here the certainty of eternal rest, and go out into the dark, where may be the blackest things of the world, or the nether world holds. We were all silent, for we knew instinctively that this was only a prelude, that the faces of the others were set, and harbors were ash and gray. Perhaps he guessed better than any of us what was coming. She continued. This is what I can give into hot shots. I could not but note the quaint little phrase which she used in such a place, and with all seriousness. What should you give? Your lives, I know, she went on quickly. That is easy for brave men. Your lives are God's, and you can give them back to him. But what can you give to me? She looked again questioningly, but this time avoided her husband's face. Quincy seemed to understand. He nodded, and her face lit up. Then I shall tell you plainly what I want, but there must be no doubt the matter in connection between us now. You must promise me, one and all, even you, my beloved husband, that should the time come, you will kill me. What is that time? The voice was Quincy's, but it was low and strained. When you shall be convinced that I am so changed that it is better that I die than I live. When I am thus dead in the flesh, then you will, without a moment's delay, drive the stake through me and cut off my head, or do whatever else may be wanting to give me rest. Quincy was the first to rise after the pause. He knelt down before her, and taking her hand in his, said solemnly, I am only a rough fellow, who has perhaps lived as a man should to win such a distinction. But I swear to you, by all that I hold sacred and dear, that should the time ever come, I shall not finish the duty you set us. And I promise you, too, that I shall make all certain, for if I am only doubtful, I shall take it that the time has come. My true friend, was all she could say, amid her fast falling tears, as if
It's a one-way portal. It's a one-way trip, huh?
I swear the same, my dear Madam Nina, said Annalise. And I, said Lord Donald, each of them in turn kneeling to her to take the oath. I follow my son. Then her husband turned to her, wan-eyed and with the greenish pallor which subdued the snow whiteness of hair, and asked, and must I too make such a promise? Oh, my wife. You too, my dearest, she said, with an infinite yearning of pity in her voice and eyes. You must not shrink. You are nearest and dearest, and all the world is you. Our souls are knit into one, for all life and all time. Think, dear, that there have been times when brave men have killed their wives and womenkind to keep them from falling into the hands of the enemy. Their hands did not falter any the more because those that they loved implored them to slay them. It is men's duty towards those whom they love in such times of sore trial. And oh, my dear, if it is to be that I must meet death at any hand, let it be at the hand of him that loves me best. Dr. Van Helsing, I have not forgotten your mercy towards these tasting of love. She stopped with flying blush and changed her phrase. To him who had best right to give her peace. If that time shall come again, I look to you to make it a happy memory of my husband's life, that it was his loving hand which set me free from the awful thrall of life. Again, I swear, it was a suddenly resonant voice.
Oh, shoot.
Mrs. Harper smiled, positively smiled, as with a sigh of relief, she leaned back and said, and now, one word of warning, a warning which you must never forget. This time, if it ever comes, may come quickly and unexpectedly, and in such a case you must lose no time to win your opportunity. At such a time, I myself might be, nay, if the time ever comes, shall be, leagued with your enemy against you. One more request. She became very solemn when she said this. It is not vital and necessary,
I'm dead.
but I want you to do one thing for me, if you will. We all acquiesced, but no one spoke. There was no need to speak. I want you to read the burial service. She was interrupted by a deep groan from her husband. Taking his
What's
hand
with those
in hers,
teleporters that won't let you, like,
you must read it over me someday.
go back to the village and buy more stuff?
It's
sewer guy, so deep.
You, my dearest,
It's too dangerous.
for then it will be your voice in my memory forever. Come with me. But oh, my dear one, he pleaded, death is far off from you. Nay, she said, holding up a warning hand. I am deeper in death at this moment than in the weight of the earthly grave laying heavy upon me. Oh, my wife, must I read it, he said before he began. It would comfort me, my husband, was all she said, and he began to read when she had got the book ready. How could anyone tell that strange scene? Its solemnity, its
I'm
gloom,
switching it
its
myself.
sadness, its horror, and withal, its sweetness. Even a skeptic who could see nothing but a travesty of bitter truth in anything holy or emotional would have been melted to the heart had he seen that little group of loving and devoted friends kneeling round that stricken and sorrowing lady, or heard the tender passion of her husband's voice, as in tones so broken with emotion that it often had to pause. He read the simple and beautiful service of the burial of the dead. I cannot go on.
I see the problem.
Words and the voice of the family. She was right in her instinct.
I think that's enough for the rate.
Bizarre as it may hereafter seem, even to us who felt its full influence at the time. It comforted us much, and the silence which showed Mrs. Carter's coming
Ты
collapse.
знаешь, где хранится кольцо. Скажи мне, скажи.
Тогда ты останешься здесь.
This one is so quiet so far. I'm setting up or something. Oh, that's not gonna work. Beginning by simply listening.
Thank you so much for being here. If this goes right, it's gonna be Helen Hayes, Orson Welles, Victoria Regina, and Tomb Raider. Wish us luck.
Jemmy.
We begin by simply listening, slow down, see just how peaceful today can be. Alright, let's go.
I've never seen an inventory more filled with crap without a single attack except a bomb.
The beginning is a very delicate time. Know then that it is the year 10,191. The known universe is ruled by the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV, my father. In this time, the most precious substance in the universe is the spice melange. The spice extends life. The spice expands consciousness. The spice is vital to space travel. The Spacing Guild and its navigators, who the spice has mutated over 4,000 years, use the orange spice gas, which gives them the ability to fold space. That is, travel to any part of the universe without moving. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you. The spice exists on only one planet in the entire universe. A desolate, dry planet with vast deserts. Hidden away within the rocks of these deserts are a people known as the Fremen, who have long held a prophecy that a man would come, a Messiah, who would lead them to true freedom. The planet is Arrakis, also known as June.
The makers of Campbell's Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer. Good evening, this is Orson Welles. Tonight I present you Miss Helen Hayes in Victoria Regina. And of course, this is my proudest moment since I've been producing these broadcasts. For tonight, the Campbell Playhouse brings you, for the first time on the air, the American theater's foremost success in this decade. And in it, one of the truly great performances of our time. Hundreds of thousands of you have seen Miss Hayes as Victoria in your playhouses all over this continent. I know you're with us now. It's our special privilege to bring her to the millions more of you who have no theaters, who have radios. I hope we're worthy of the privilege. First, a word from Ernest Chappell.
I was thinking just last night about a birthday dinner I had at my grandfather's farm years ago when I was a little boy. It was a great event, that visit, a glorious adventure. Grandpa and I drove up from the station in the buggy, and he and Granny hustled me through the kitchen so that I shouldn't see the good things she was fixing. But one whiff of the aroma from Granny's cook stove, and I knew that there would be roast chicken for dinner. And what a chicken it was, too. Cooked to a tempting russet brown and just falling apart under Grandfather's carving knife. I stayed overnight, and the next day, Granny made a pot of chicken soup. It shone like gold, that soup, and I remember that I thought it was the finest soup I'd ever tasted. These memories came back to me last night when I had chicken soup with the same glowing look, the same tempting aroma, and the same wonderful flavor. This was Campbell's chicken soup, and I can tell you that Campbell's is the kind of chicken soup that Grandmother made so well. Nourishing soup, heartwarming, and chicken tasting to the last spoonful. Into its making goes all the good meat of tender chicken, and fluffy, perfectly cooked rice, and melting tender pieces of chicken meat, too. And so I say, as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. Won't you make a point of having it this weekend? And now for our Campbell Playhouse production of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes with Orson Welles. For this broadcast tonight, Orson Welles has prepared a script which contains not only the great scenes from the successful stage production, but some of the episodes from the original play which have never yet been seen in the theater. And to complete the true picture of this great queen, Mr. Welles has used still another source, one which only a few years ago was still a closed book, locked away in the official archives of the royal family. The personal diary of Queen Victoria.
Sometimes hard for us to understand now what Victoria meant to Victorians. Most of her subjects had never known another sovereign. And when this Star of England fell out of the skies, the whole firmament was suddenly a little hard to believe. Everything changed, of course. But England and its empire, and indeed the whole world, waited a decent time after her death. For Her Imperial Majesty Victoria, by the grace of God, Queen of the United Kingdom, of Great Britain and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, Empress of India, was moreover, by the grace of God, the absolute monarch of a whole way of life, the defender of a viewpoint, of a dignity that left the world with her. England grew a lot under her reign, as much as she could make it, and changed as little as she could help.
Yes, my lord. Say His Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury and Lord Melbourne are here to see Her Royal Highness on important business.
Yes, my lord.
Hurry, man, hurry.
Yes, my lord, but I'll have to call the maid first. So then call her, please. Yes, your grace. But the maid's asleep and I am not supposed to go, and the door actually is locked.
Isn't there a bell?
Yes, my lord. In Her Royal Highness the Duchess's room there is a bell.
Let's go and ask for the Lady Run.
Then go to Her Royal Highness the Duchess's room, my lord. Not now. Her Royal Highness the Princess is there.
Well, go and do the best you can, only hurry. And say Her Royal Highness must come.
Yes, my lord.
Good Lord, what a house. So the princess sleeps with the old cat, does she? I beg your pardon? I beg yours, yes. I suppose I'm not going to say that now. Your Grace knows the Duchess has been in difficulty all along.
Yes, my lord, we know.
So we not better sit down. We may have to wait, you know. If that man's stone throwing is not good, we may have to wait a long time. So this is how history gets written.
This won't get into history, my lord.
No, I suppose not. Oh, it's a pity, you know, a pity.
I wonder if Winston read any of it.
Meaning what? Female on the throne. The king would have been been so much better?
I don't know, my lord. Heirs male of the last generation have not been a conspicuous success.
No English king has been a conspicuous success since Edward I.
Yet the monarchy has gone on.
Yes, it's gone off. His late Majesty was a conspicuous example of it. You wouldn't believe the trouble we sometimes had with him. They say you can make a donkey go by tying a carrot in front of its nose. But he was like a donkey with a carrot tied to its tail.
Really? Was he just a little, like his father?
It is only through knowing our history that we can learn from the past.
Mad. It was the shape of his head, I think.
This book's not very interesting.
Just like a pear. The weakest fruit drops earliest to the ground, says Shakespeare. But his head was weak fruit, distinctly. Amazing how it hung on.
Pink is the new black.
One can't exactly say lasted.
I beg your pardon, my lord.
Yes?
My lord.
Well?
Her Royal Highness, my lord. I went in, but Her Royal Highness was asleep.
Well, you must wake Her Royal Highness up then.
Such a beautiful sleep, my lord. I didn't like it.
Even the most beautiful sleep must give way to affairs of state.
This book's not very interesting.
You know his grace. Then go at once. Wake Her Royal Highness and tell her that we are here, waiting for an audience. 6 o'clock. It's to be a council at 10.
Here?
At St. James's, I think. No.
Prolific evidence exists that the ancient Eskimos would carve extremely detailed ivory maps of their coastline and hunting waters.
Madam.
Grace, my lord, you have news for us?
Her Royal Highness, the Princess, we have news, madam.
The king's in.
Is there?
Then my daughter is there.
Queen.
Yes, come
This
then, at
book's
last.
not very interesting.
And I am the Queen Mother.
No, madam. Your Royal Highness is not the Queen Mother.
Not?
Your Royal Highness is the Queen's Mother, that's the distinction. Only had your Royal Highness been Queen in the first place, would that other title now follow?
Then if it is not mine by your law, she shall give it to me.
That, madam, I fear will be impossible.
I shall go myself and speak to her at once. That shall settle.
Madam, we are here to see Her Majesty the Queen on urgent business. We must not be delayed. Your presence at the interview, madam, will not be required unless Her Majesty sends for you.
This is not to be borne.
Your Grace, she's coming. Madam, if you will leave us, please, for a moment. For a moment only.
That's my own daughter.
Madam, please. Your Majesty, it is our painful duty to announce to Your Majesty the death of His Majesty King William, following upon which sad event, by right of succession, Your Majesty is now Sovereign Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, defender of the faith.
We beseech Almighty God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless the royal Princess Victoria with long and happy years to reign over us.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
My child, oh my child.
Those gentlemen came to tell me that I am queen.
Yes, you are queen at last.
But really queen now? Before I've been crowned?
Yes, now at once. The king is dead. You are queen.
Then my reign has already begun. I can do as I like.
Yes, as you like. Do not mind what anyone says. If you want to do it, do it.
Oh, then, Mama, there is something I would like.
Yes, say it. It shall be done.
How strange. It should all have happened so suddenly.
Yes, so suddenly, and we waited so long. But now, my love, do not stay here to catch cold. Come back to your own
It was here in the 6th century BC, between the Aventine and the Palatine Hills, that the Circus Maximus was born.
And a room of my own.
Of your own?
Yes, please, Mama.
So? You have been waiting for that?
I should
I've
be
already
very
read
glad
this one.
if you don't mind. Now that I am my own mistress. Yes, I would rather.
With the Silk Road bringing thousands of travellers into the region annually, Delhi was soon overrun by merchants selling goods of every possible description.
What is going to become of me?
Journal, Thursday, June 20th, 1 p.m. Since it has pleased
I've read all
Providence
of
to place
these.
me in this royal station, I shall do my utmost to fulfill my duties towards my country. I am very young, and perhaps in many, though not in all things, inexperienced. But I am sure that there are very few who have more real goodwill and more real desire to do what is fit and right than I have.
At 9 came Lord Melbourne, whom I saw in my room, and of course quite alone, as I shall always do all my ministers. He kissed my hand. He was in full dress. I like him very much and feel confidence in him. He is a very straightforward,
When the Spaniards had all but wiped out the Incan Empire, the remaining survivors fled to the mountains and disappeared. Legends say they retreated to the hidden city of
Has Your Majesty given that
Vilcabamba.
matter any further thought?
Oh, yes, Lord Melbourne. I've thought of it a great deal.
Is Your Majesty prepared yet to take me into Your Majesty's gracious confidence
You mean?
as the possible recipient of so overwhelming an honor?
Oh, I've not thought of any person in particular. I mean, I've made no
The ruins of
decision.
Atlantis were lost beneath the sea when the glaciers melted some 10,000 years ago.
An open mind? Oh, of course, I shall make my own choice, Lord
Oh,
Melbourne.
well, of course, ma'am.
This book's
I would
not
not
very
suggest otherwise for a
interesting.
moment.
And there are some things as to which I'm quite resolved.
As for instance,
My marriage, Lord Melbourne,
As he struggled
must
mightily
be a
to calm
marriage of
himself,
affection.
Gilead removed the poison
that
arrow
I
from
am
its
sure,
quiver.
ma'am, can be
The
arranged
Trials
without
of Gilead,
difficulty.
Volume
Someone, I
2.
mean, whose character I can respect. One whom I can love.
Anyone with
Look
even a
up to.
cursory knowledge of mineralogy would arrive at the same
Yes.
conclusion.
It may sound
Wherever
strange
this
to you,
isis
Lord
stone
Melbourne,
was formed,
but I must have as
it
my
wasn't
husband
on
one whom
Earth.
I can eventually look up to when I have trained him for the position he will have to occupy.
Oh, quite so, quite so. I trust that such a person will be found. And as Your Majesty has owned to an open mind of the subject, I have here with me a list of possibles.
Oh, Lord Melbourne, how interesting. How many?
Well, at present, ma'am, only 5. But more are coming.
Coming?
That is, I'm making inquiries about them.
What kind of inquiries?
All kinds of inquiries.
Now
ma'am.
all I need is
I
something
would not
to
wish to present
shoot.
Your Majesty with one to whom there could be any possible objection.
And you've already found 5, Lord Melbourne. How clever of you. I would like to see your list, Lord Melbourne, thank you. Do I know any of them?
Your Majesty knows one of them very well.
Oh, yes, I see. I just... But I couldn't marry my cousin George, so...
Nobody wishes to decide Your Majesty's choice. There are others.
But it is for me to decide, is it not?
It is for Your Majesty to decide. Your Majesty need not marry at all.
Oh, I must marry. Mamma always said so.
Then I shall say no more, ma'am. I would only commend the matter to Your Majesty's good sense and conscience.
But, Lord Melbourne, you haven't yet shown me any portraits.
Portraits? Why, portraits?
I can't decide on anyone they are like. It wouldn't be fair to them or to me.
Portraits are sometimes deceptive, ma'am. Court painters like prime ministers know their duty, and they only do what is expected of them. If they can't do that, they have to go.
Here is a portrait that was sent to Mamma the other day. It's of my cousin, Prince Albert of Saxe-Gotha.
May I see it? Oh, yes.
Surely he must have grown very handsome. It wouldn't be possible for a court painter to imagine anyone like that. Do you think so, Lord Melbourne?
You never know, ma'am. You never know. Imagination sometimes goes a long way. Well, am I now to make a collection of portraits for Your Majesty?
Oh, no,
This
Lord
could come in
Melbourne.
handy.
I wasn't speaking seriously when I said that.
No more was I, ma'am. But I do ask Your Majesty to think seriously. The future welfare of this country, now in this little hand of yours.
Indeed, Lord Melbourne. I pay great attention to everything that you tell me, and I shall continue to take your advice whenever I find it possible. My dear Lord Melbourne. The Thursday, October 10th, 1839. Today at 7:30, I went to the top of the staircase and received my 2 dear cousins, Ernst and Albert of Saxe-Gotha, whom I found grown and changed and embellished. It was with some emotion that I beheld Albert, who is beautiful. Try to Albert really is quite charming and so excessively handsome, and such beautiful blue eyes, and exquisite nose, and such a pretty mouth with delicate mustachios, and slight but very slight whiskers. A beautiful figure, broad in shoulder, and a fine waist. About 10:30 dancing began. I danced 5 quadrilles. The first with Ernst, the second with dearest Albert, who dances so beautifully, and the third with Lord Henry, and the fourth with Ernst, and the fifth with dearest Albert again. It is quite a pleasure to look at Albert when he galumps and waltzes. He does it so beautifully, holds himself so well with that beautiful figure of his.
Albert?
Hello, my brother.
We must speak English.
What?
For practice. One of us, you or I, will have to always.
I suppose.
Which of us do you suppose it is going to be?
That is not for me to say. The decision will not be ours.
But we shall have to say something. One of us, presently.
Yes, presently, and only one answer will be possible.
You mean that it must be yes?
Since it cannot possibly be no.
You don't seem very happy about it, no?
Well, the English do not like foreigners.
Indeed.
Oh, they like old
This
England.
belongs down in the garden.
They do that as a
What's
favor.
it doing in here?
Here you or I will only be a puppet kept to breed by. If it is you, are you going to resign yourself to that willingly?
If it is to be me, you say. It is time that I speak
The
out.
concept of the sundial has existed for thousands of years and is one of the earliest devices for time measurement.
Perhaps he found it more difficult to tell
There's
you.
some numbers written on the inside cover.
This is quite
11,
sure.
2,
He wishes it
7.
shall be me.
You!
I wonder what they refer
sorry.
to.
Why do you make me come?
Oh, well,
The roots of the banyan tree grow relentlessly and in every direction. Many of the ancient temples of Angkor have been brought down as those roots exploit the small spaces between their massive
I
stones.
must see that my father's wishes are obeyed. If you do not conform to his wishes, I
And
shall
while
have you
any
sent
number
home.
of things can go wrong
Yes, at once.
underground, the most dangerous aspect of spelunking is exposure to methane gases, which are difficult to
My
detect
dear
without
Albert,
specific
we
equipment.
are not English. We are German. If the Duke, our father, our sovereign prince, sends for you to return, you will return. You know that perfectly well.
Well, about that we shall see.
The luxury liner, Maria Doria, has never been found. However, treasure hunters the world over search endlessly for its resting place.
Clear presently, and then we will go for a ride in the park.
Oh, that will be very nice, to be sure.
I hope you are going to enjoy your stay, cousin.
Very much. I shall find it quite delightful.
And you too, Albert.
You're very kind, dear
11,
cousin.
2, 7.
How could I help enjoying myself while I'm with you?
Albert, that's the first pretty speech you have ever made me.
Oh, I'm sorry, cousin.
Oh, I like it.
I mean that it should be only the first.
Well, so long as it isn't the last, I don't mind.
The rain is clearing. It has stopped. Shall we go out now?
Certainly, after I've made all necessary arrangements, we will go out when we do go out and not before. Besides, have you practiced your music yet? I'm told at home you practice every day.
Yes, but here one cannot find the time.
Go and do it now, and there will be time.
Well, I tried one of the pianos the day we arrived, cousin. It was not in very good tune.
Oh, that doesn't matter. You will be all alone. No one will hear you.
Well, generally, when we practice, Albert and I
I've never
practice
been
together.
fond of locked doors.
But if the piano's out of tune, duets would sound dreadful. No, if you go and practice by yourself,
I've never
and Albert
been
will
fond
practice
of
by
locked
himself
doors.
another time.
That's
That's better.
Oh, my dear aunt, I wouldn't think of commanding you, but I do want you to be quite at home here. And as you always practice at home, I want you to practice here and now. We shall not start our ride for another hour. That gives you just time, so do go now.
Very well, cousin. Albert, remember.
Strangely, I spoke to you then. Is anything the matter?
Nothing serious.
You haven't been quarreling, I hope.
We never quarrel.
I think it would be very hard to quarrel with you, Albert. I couldn't.
Please don't ever try.
Some people can quarrel without trying.
Yes,
I suppose they like it.
I suppose. Do.
Won't you sit down, Albert?
You're a very kind cousin. But ever since we came to, kind of both of us, I mean.
I'm very fond of you.
Yes, so am I.
You've always been together, haven't you?
We've never been apart yet.
How very nice that has been for both. Would it be a great trial to you if you had to live away from him?
Oh, of course, parting would be a trial. But one would get used to it as to other things if it had to be.
My life has been so different from yours. I've been so much alone, except of course with
But the
Mama.
new pharaoh was not content with all that was now his. No,
One gets very
Ramses
fond of a brother.
II wanted even more. He had visions of an empire so spectacular, all mankind would come to marvel at its glory.
Sometimes.
Albert, what are you thinking?
I was listening to Ernst practicing. I can just hear him. It's Beethoven.
Don't listen to Ernst, you must listen to me.
I beg your pardon, cousin. I was listening. Please
By
don't
far the
think I
most
was
intriguing is the legend surrounding the fabled dagger of Zion and the awesome power it wields.
Yes. What is it, cousin?
In my position, It is I who have to say it, unfortunately. Ordinarily, it is not what a woman would wish to say herself. She would rather he said it.
Is there anything you wish me to say?
I've already read this one.
That I can say?
To hear you say you can love me is all I can hope, yes. If you could say you already do love me, that would be almost like heaven.
I do love you, cousin.
I've read all of these.
More than enough to marry you. For people in our position often marry without any love at all.
I couldn't do that.
Oh, could I, Victoria?
Then you will marry me?
Oh, my dear cousin. My sweet wife that used to be.
Aren't you going to kiss me?
If I may?
Again, please. Again.
I pray God you do not ever have to repent of this.
Repent? Oh, Albert, how could I repent? It's not in my nature. Besides, there isn't going to be time, we must be married quite soon. Everybody expects it.
Expects it? They don't know.
Expects me to marry, I mean. I had to choose somebody, but I wasn't going to choose anybody.
Not even Ernst?
Oh, I liked Ernst from the first. I do still.
Is that why you sent him to practice? He knew.
That this was going to happen.
No, he did not know that.
What then?
That you were going to ask me.
And what else could he suppose would happen?
He expected me to say no.
You couldn't say no to a queen, could you, Albert?
No, dear. One couldn't say no to a queen.
Did you want to?
Oh, no, dearest one. All it means is that Ernst will be disappointed.
Oh, I see. Oh, poor
Yes.
Well, we must both try to be very nice and kind to him. And now I think it is quite time that we went for our ride.
Isn't Ernst to come too?
Oh, yes, of course.
Then won't you send and say he may stop practicing? It hasn't taken an hour, I think he has stopped.
Nor has he either, for here he is. Yes. Are you ready to come riding out?
Quite, if you are, cousin.
Oh, yes, we are quite ready now. Everything is being settled. Tell him, Albert.
Ernst? You told me to remember. I forgot.
February 10th, 1840. Got up at 8:45, well and having slept well. Mama came, brought me a nosegay of
I got to level 2.
Wrote my journal and to Lord Melbourne.
Got
Had
to
my
level 2
hair dressed
again.
and the wreath of orange flowers put on. Saw Albert for the last time alone as my bridegroom. At 12:30 I set off, dearest Albert having gone before. I wore a white satin gown with a very deep flounce of Honiton lace, imitation of old. I wore my Turkish diamond necklace and earrings, and Albert's beautiful sapphire brooch. Mamma and the Duchess of Sutherland went in the carriage with me. I never saw such crowds of people as there were in the park, and they cheered us most enthusiastically.
That's the reason why I shaved myself this morning. When I want you a ring.
Yes, so high.
What's that weird noise?
Oh, yes, if you wish to.
The weird noise.
What are you?
You what?
Shaving.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, fun.
It would interest you, wife.
Turn it down just a little, it sounds disturbing.
Wonderful. Something I never thought of.
It sounds like
You
it's
think one
gargling
didn't have to
salt
shave at all?
water.
I just never thought about it till now. You know, but I've never seen a man shave himself before.
No, I suppose not.
How often do you have to do that? Once a week?
Every day.
Every day, but that's absurd. It can't grow as fast as all that.
Yes, it does.
How very troublesome. I only cut my nails once a week.
Nails can wait longer. Beards won't.
I wouldn't like you to have a beard, Albert.
So would I. That's why I'm taking it off now.
Strange you look. And how interesting. Fascinating. Is it dangerous?
Not if you don't talk to me.
Oh.
Not just while I'm cutting myself.
Cutting yourself? Oh, but you're funny.
Is that not the right word? What other I said?
Oh, really, Albert, you know I'm not sure. It's a part of the English language which, from not having to know, I've not been taught.
Oh, Vicky, it's nice to hear you say that. And you, too, don't know the English language quite like the natives. But as if it were not for soup, I would kiss you.
The soup?
Soup, this,
Not soup, Albert, darling. Soap.
Ah, soap, then. Soap.
But I don't mind the soap, Albert. Your soap, if you would like to.
Very well, then. I wouldn't.
Now, let me see what you do it with. Oh, how sharp it is.
Yes, it does have to be sharp, always.
Does it hurt?
No.
Do you ever cut yourself?
No, not when I'm alone. I had a rabbit once that used to shave me before I knew how myself. One day he cut me out of bloody, and after that I had to learn. For a long time, I shaved only myself.
Oh, Albert, suppose you had died before we got married. Could I have ever married anyone else?
Oh, of course, dear. You had to marry someone.
What?
Not disappoint your people by not giving them an heir to the throne.
Oh, Albert, can I
You
really?
say meow, so I have to say meow to be polite.
I hope so, dear.
Hi, Festus. What's up?
Oh, I hope it will be very soon.
Hope you're having a good time.
Isn't it
We're
wonderful?
playing the game.
We really are married now, aren't
Gloria
we?
Regina, Mercury Theater on the air.
Yesterday seems almost like another world, so different. All the crowds and the cheering and the firing and the bells and thousands and thousands of people looking at us as if we belong to them, as of course in a way we do. And now we are all by ourselves, all alone. Just we two.
Festus, what is the issue?
Will I be able to make you happy?
Force me to sit up a little bit.
You are happy.
I'll change my pillow. There's drastic changes to the whole
And to think
setup.
that this will go on for years and years.
Oh, God.
It's like this.
Well, no, Vicky, not just like this. That is not possible. It's not human nature.
But I shall never love you less than I do now, Albert.
No, dearest, perhaps not, but you will be less excited about it, less romantic, perhaps. I shall have become less strange. You will love each other, but we are still both rather strangers. We have to learn each other's characters and ways. That will take time. Oh, yes, you've come to see me shave today for the first time. That pleases, that excites you, but it will not always excite you as much as today. You will not come, I think, to see me shave every day for the next 20 years.
Why not?
Oh, you'll become less of a spectacle. It's only reasonable.
I don't want to be reasonable
what I
with
wanted
you,
to
Albert.
Oh, but you will want some time, I hope, Vicky. And so shall I. We have a great life of duties before us. We're trying to share. Is that not so?
You can't share everything, Albert. Some things I should have to do alone, you know. Affairs of state, in which it would not be right for you to concern yourself.
So?
Oh, yes.
No.
You must take great care, dearie. The English is dead, and to them you are still a foreigner.
And for you?
To me, you are everything.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes with Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's got Helen Hayes. Okay, short intermission, people. Grab some. Yeah, okay. I have to distract you with some.
Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes with Orson Welles.
May 6th, 1840. My dearest angel, Albert, is indeed a great comfort to me. He takes the greatest interest in what goes on, dealing with and for me. We talk much together, and his judgment is always good.
Vicky!
Ah, here you are, Albert. I was wondering when you would come. It's after 10 o'clock.
You did not think I had forgotten.
No, I only thought you were a little late, as you are.
Oh, just 1 minute. I do not yet quite know to realize how long at winter it shall take to get from one place to another.
It is all very grand and large, is it not?
Yes.
But that is what we in our position have to put up with.
Wouldn't it be rather nice to make one corner of it for our own?
What do you mean, our own? It is all ours, Albert.
More private. Well, no one can come but ourselves. I mean, you know, during the day. Where by ourselves you could sing to me, I could play to you and read to you.
Yes, Albert, that is just what I should love. I shall have it arranged for.
Will you not let me do it? My own
way?
You think I will not do it as you wish, Albert?
Oh, not so at all, but this I would just like to do myself. At present, it seems there's so little I may do.
But you do a great deal, dearest. Everything that I want you to do.
Yes, and that is all.
Is that not enough? What is the matter?
I could wish that you wanted me to do a little more, Vicky, in my own way.
What else can you do?
Who knows? You let me try. There's so many things here that want doing badly, God knows.
Dearest, you judge people so strictly.
But do I?
Of course you do, and sometimes it's rather inconvenient, you know.
Well, for instance?
The other night when Uncle Augustus came in after dinner, having dined elsewhere, of course you dined well, as usual. And for almost at once you sent one of your gentlemen in your compliments, told him that his carriage was waiting.
You wish that I had let him stay?
I think you should have come to me before doing anything.
Well, why?
For permission, that you might have my authority.
Oh, no, Vicky, I'm not going to ask permission for everything.
Do you mean that?
Oh, very much so, I mean it.
Albert, is this going to be the first time you've disobeyed me?
Perhaps it should have come earlier. It will not be the last.
Albert, you forget yourself.
Vicky, do you wish that I had let Uncle Augustus stay?
Well, Albert, after all, he is an old man. We can't expect to alter him now.
Even your uncle should be made to respect you.
But they do, I'm sure.
It was not respectful for him to come as he came the other night.
It would not have been had he realized, had he known...
How drunk he was.
Albert, he is my uncle. Please don't use such a common expression about one of us.
Is it too common, that word said in English? Forgive me, I would say it in German.
No, Albert. Till you know it better, you must please still speak in English. And it's the same about English ways and customs. You must get to know them better and be more like the rest of us.
You wish me to become English?
Why, of course. I am English, so my husband must be English, too.
That one should have begun earlier.
I married you as soon as ever I could, Albert.
Oh, fine. So long as you do not repent.
You are happy, Albert.
I will be more than happy so long as, with serving you, I'm able to make a life worth living. You must let me not feel myself.
You?
Sometimes I feel that I'm put not quite in a corner, but on a shelf.
I don't remember anything.
Who does that?
Oh, I remember there was a locked door.
I worship you, Albert.
Too much. Let me come down to earth a little now and then. Give my hands and brain something to do so that I may be able to respect myself. Am I only your plaything? Am I never to help or advise you? Never. From your life's work, am I always to be shut out?
But you do help me so much.
Let me help you now.
How?
As
Let me see some of those papers you spent so long on. Oh, I could read them for you, make a few notes. That would save you time.
Oh, but I must see everything myself. That is what I'm here for.
Cannot you rely upon me a little?
Albert, dearest, you distress me. In every way that is possible, I do rely on you. And in everything that I have had to decide for you, I've only done it for your own good.
Yes, you even choose my secretary for me.
Why, of course, Albert. How could you know, coming here, a stranger who would be the best?
Who reports to you regularly, I believe.
Surely you don't mind my knowing.
I would prefer to tell you myself what I do. In future, I mean to.
Of course. I always wish to hear everything.
Yes. The other day I made an engagement. You cancelled it.
Yes,
You wish
Albert.
to hear everything.
I had a very good reason for doing so.
You see? Not only do you not give me your confidence, but you have me watched. Tomorrow I'm going to choose another secretary for myself.
Albert, you are making a great mistake.
I am repairing a great mistake. I ought to have done this before.
You are not to do it, Albert. I say you are not to do it.
Then for the present, I leave you.
Where are you going?
In here, to my own room. To write my own letters.
Oh! Open the door! Albert! Open the door!
Who is that speaking? Who is that speaking?
Her Majesty, the Queen!
Her Majesty the Queen must wait. Who is there? Who is there?
Your wife, Albert? Your poor, unhappy little wife. Oh, Albert! Albert! Oh,
shush, Mike. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's all right. It's all right.
Her Majesty is waking up.
I've already read this
Then
one.
go along and get Her Majesty's breakfast. Quick and sharp. Is Your Majesty awake? Yes, nurse. I'm awake. At least I'm going to be. What time is it?
6 o'clock, Your Majesty. Morning? Yes, Your Majesty, it's morning now. Your Majesty has had 6 hours good sleep, and you'll have another after Your Majesty has had her breakfast.
I don't think I want any breakfast, not yet.
No, Your Majesty, but your breakfast wants you.
Not till I've seen the prince.
Your Majesty can't see His Royal Highness the Prince till you've had your breakfast. No, it's the doctor's orders.
Then let me have it at once.
Why, here it is. Bring it in, nurse, and put it down.
What's that?
That's what we call a feeding cup, Your Majesty. It's the same one Her Royal Highness the Duchess had when Your Majesty was born. Yes, the same one. Does Your Majesty hear the bells ringing?
What are they ringing for?
What for? Why, for the princess, to be sure.
The princess? Oh, yes, of course. Oh, I do so want to see the princess.
Huh? Go and say that His Royal Highness can come now. There. Now I've sent word. His Royal Highness will be here in another minute.
Tidy me, nurse, tidy me. How do I look?
Your Majesty looks very nice indeed. Just a little pale, but that's to be expected.
Let me look at myself. Oh, nurse, I look dreadful.
You don't, ma'am. You look sweet and like a mother.
How's baby?
Oh, she's all right. Your Majesty needn't worry about her. She's having a 24-hour sleep and having it well.
24 hours sleep? Impossible.
No, Your Majesty. It's what babies always have to do when they first come, to get over the shock.
The shock of what?
Of being born, Your Majesty. It's hard treatment they get sometimes, poor wee things.
Did she have very hard treatment?
No. Your Majesty treated her beautifully, like as if she'd been the mother of 12.
Oh.
You must lie still and not talk till His Royal Highness the Prince comes.
When he does come, nurse, you must go.
Go, Your Majesty?
Yes, I wish to see him alone.
I mustn't go, Your Majesty. It's doctor's orders.
This is Queen's orders. You will do as I tell you.
I've never done such a thing before, but if Your Majesty really means it...
I really mean it, nurse.
Well, here His Highness is, then.
Nurse. How long may I stay?
Only 5 minutes, Your Royal Highness, please.
Very well.
I begin. This cleanse
Oh, Albert, darling. Have I disappointed you?
Disappointed me, but how? Why, Riveting?
That it wasn't a boy?
You wished it to be a boy.
Albert, of course. How could one have wished anything else for an heir to the throne? The heir to a throne must be a boy, if possible.
Vicky, if I did not know that it's always to be, for if you had been your brother instead of yourself, this would not have happened.
This?
I mean that I should not have then married you.
Then you're not disappointed?
Oh, there's plenty of time. Vicky may yet be a mother of 12.
That's what nurse said.
Oh, did she? And let's hope that she was right.
Oh, no, Albert, I don't want to have 12, not quite. You see, it would be such an interruption to my being queen.
Oh, yes, I suppose, but while that was so, I could be looking after things for you, perhaps? No?
No, Albert, that would never do. My people wouldn't.
So?
No. 2 or 3 will be quite enough, I think. Perhaps I wouldn't mind 4 in time. So you really don't mind? Oh, how good you are to me. I was so afraid I hadn't quite done my duty.
Well, Vicky, if it's anyone's fault, it is my fault, too.
Oh, no, Albert, no. The father has nothing to do with whether it's a boy or a girl.
Oh, indeed. You seem to be very learned on the subject, Vicky. You surprised me. I thought it was something nobody knew anything about.
Oh, yes, I'm quite sure. I've thought so much about it, you see, lately. So I know.
Vicky, it's time I went. Nurse told me it was only 5 minutes I was to be here.
Nurse told?
Yes, and she was quite right. It was doctor's orders, and when doctors order, kings and queens must obey.
Oh.
So now for a little goodbye.
Kiss me again. Again.
No, not again. You must not so excite yourself. Goodbye.
Albert.
Bye. Have I been more than 5 minutes, nurse? No? Oh, it's a little hard to obey, and now if you will let me, I'd like to look at her Royal Highness the Princess.
She's in here, Your Royal Highness. Let's see.
Yes, quite safe.
Quite safe, as Your Royal Highness will allow me to go in first. This way.
Oh, Vicky, what a thing to be...
Oh, he's pleased. Well, dearest, if you want 12, you shall have them. Anything to please you. But, oh, I do wish it had been a boy. A boy. Downing Street, 9th of January, 1862. Viscount Palmerston presents his humble duty to your majesty and begs to state that the cabinet, at its meeting this afternoon, considered Mr. Stewart's note announcing the refusal of the federal government of the United States to release your majesty's subjects, Messrs. Slidell and Mason. After long deliberation, the cabinet then decided to send an ultimatum to the American government, informing them that unless immediate compliance is made with the wishes of your majesty's government... This looks very serious indeed, General Gray. Where's the messenger from the Foreign Office?
He's gone, Your Majesty.
Gone, without waiting?
He waited for an hour, ma'am, so I'm told.
An hour? He should have waited all day if necessary. Messengers from my other ministers know that they have to wait. Why do not Foreign Office messengers wait too?
Cannot one of your Majesty's messengers go, ma'am? The matter being so urgent?
Yes, he must, of course. Tell one of them to be ready to start instantly.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Final step, attach robotic ignition system. Thank you for using help desk technology.
Albert, why did you wait to change? I've been so wanting. It's after 4.
My uniform is wet through, my dear. I'm feeling very cold.
You're cold still, dearest. Your hand is like ice. Oh, why did you go to stand there in such weather when I begged you not
to, my dear? What's the matter?
It's about that trouble with America. They're having taken the Confederate envoys off one of our ships. And most wrong it was of them, you know. This is the dispatch Lord Russell is sending to our ambassador in Washington about it. He wanted to go tonight.
Is the messenger waiting?
No, he's gone.
Gone? That's what as long as now to expect, I suppose.
Yes, it's that Palmerston again, troublesome man. Albert, read it quickly. I want to know what you think about it.
This means war.
I was afraid so. How foolish of them not to give in. For they must know they are in the wrong. And everything that Lord Palmerston says there is true. It's not
Right. Won't do.
But Albert, as we are in the right, what else can we do?
Alter a few words. Say it, but say it differently. Often it's just the way a thing is said that decides whether it should be peace or war. It's the same when two people quarrel. You and I, right? You might often have quarreled. We said the same thing that we did say differently.
But we could always beat America now, Albert.
So. What if we were fighting someone else, Vicky? And America chose her time then? No. That is what these patriots never think about. It is always this time we are right, and we shall do what we like. What fools their patriotism makes clever men to be. And Palmerston, the cleverest fool of them all. When he dies, they would say of this man, oh yes, he had his faults, but he always upheld the honor of his country. When they say honor, they mean pride. For honor means that you are too proud to do wrong. But pride means that you will not own that you have done wrong at all. That's the difference.
Then what are we going to do, Albert?
We're going to alter this dispatch now, Vicky. Sit down at once and write. Say that this dispatch is not to go till he has heard from you, and your messenger must go now at once and must see Lord Palmerston himself. This will take me more time, but you write your letter at once.
Yes, I remember that.
And now will you leave me alone, my dear, while I draft this letter to America for you?
Yes, Albert, dear. Tell Her Majesty that I finished this letter for America. Ask Her Majesty to come at once. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Albert. Oh, what's the matter, Albert? Are you ill?
I've done. Read it, Vicky. If you approve, send it.
Yes. Oh, I do. I do approve. Every word.
Wait, let it go. No. And, Vicky, this one thing.
Albert. Oh, the matter, seriously. You look so pale. What is it?
Take me to bed. Take me to bed. I feel so weak. I feel... How kan die vrede haben?
Albert! Albert! To lose one's partner in life is like losing half of one's body and soul, torn forcibly away. But to a queen, to to a poor, helpless woman, it is not that only. It is the stay, support, and comfort which is lost. To the queen, it is like death in life. Great and small, nothing was done without his loving advice and help. And she feels alone in the wide world. June 20th, 1897, Windsor Castle. This eventful day has opened, and I pray God to help and protect me as he has hitherto done during these 60 long, eventful years. How well I remember this day 60 years ago, when I was called from my bed by dear Mamma to receive the news of my accession.
Her Majesty the Queen. Congratulations, Your Majesty.
Thank you, Mamma, dear. How are you? I'm very tired, but very happy. Oh, to think now that it is all over. I'm so glad that I had the strength for it. And the courage, Mamma, dear. You were quite wonderful, Mamma. Thank you, dear. Thank you.
Now, Mamma, I think you had better take a glass of wine. It will do you good.
Oh, certainly, certainly.
And may we also drink to your good health, Mamma.
Oh, yes, certainly. Please, all of you.
But that's it.
What is it?
Champagne, Mamma.
I will have sherry. How long did the procession take? Nearly 3 hours, Mamma. Oh, dear me. And it seems like yesterday and tomorrow almost. 3 hours.
Your Imperial and Royal Highnesses, I have great pleasure in asking you to drink to the health of Her Majesty the Queen.
Isn't it beautiful?
May she continue long in health and prosperity to enjoy the love of her children and her people. Her Majesty the Queen.
Thank you. Won't you go and rest now, Mamma? No, I won't. That hearing that I heard means that my dear people are expecting to see me again. I must try not to disappoint them. It would be nice if you could, Mamma. You think you can? Oh, yes, oh, yes. But I shall have to go as I am, you know. I can't get up. I can't get up. Oh, have the windows open.
Before we go any further, I think
Now, will you, Bertie? And some of the others go out and let them know that I'm coming. No, not the Major.
Yes, Mamma.
Very well now. Lift me up, please. There. That is enough. Long enough. Close the windows.
Connor's class. I got so caught up in what I was doing, I forgot all about it.
It is very gratifying, very, to find after all these years that they do appreciate all that I have tried to do for them, for their good, and for this dear country of ours. We've been so near together today, they and I. All my dear people of England and Scotland and Wales and Ireland, and the dear colonies and India. From all over the world I have had messages, you know. Such love and such devotion. It's most extraordinary. Bertie, will you tell Mr. Chamberlain how very much I approve all the arrangements he has made for the proper representation of all parts of my empire in the procession. Everything was in perfect order. Very gratifying, very. I'm so happy. Oh, Bertie, as we were coming back, you were in front, and I don't think you saw this. It was just at Hyde Park Corner. There was a great crowd there, you know, and a lot of rough-looking men. Of course, it ought never to have happened, but it didn't matter, really. Broke right through
so
the
late.
lines of the police and the troops guarding the road, and they ran along beside the carriage, shouting and cheering.
Right on cue.
And I heard
I was
them
almost
say,
there, too.
"Go it, old girl, you've done it well."
Get the case. Give us the case and you
It was a very unsuitable word, but very gratifying.
Let's clear out of here.
And oh, I hope it's true.
We're gonna need more men.
I hope it's true. There are still cheering. Oh, Albert. Oh, if only you could have been here.
This concludes the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes with Orson Welles. In just a moment, both stars will return to our microphone, but first a word from our sponsor. I told you how Campbell's chicken soup reminded me so vividly of the old-fashioned homemade soup I had as a child. I think when you have Campbell's chicken soup, it will remind you, too, of the best you ever tasted. I'm sure of this because, truly, I don't see how a chicken soup could be better made than Campbell's. Into it goes all the good meat of plump, tender chickens. Chickens carefully selected and then approved by United States government inspectors. The broth is simmered slowly till it bubbles with good, deep chicken flavor all through. And tender morsels of chicken meat are added generously, along with fine, fluffy rice. I say again, that just as sure as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. I think that you like it just as much as the finest chicken soup you ever tasted, and that you'll want to have it often. That's why I do urge you to try it soon, to plan on having Campbell's chicken soup this very weekend. And now, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've met Miss Helen Hayes on this program not so many weeks ago. Now, Miss Hayes won't let me tell you all I want to about what I think of her Victoria. On this point, she's quite obstinate. But just before she says hello, I would like to tell her how very much her visits here have meant to us on the Campbell Playhouse.
Thanks, Orson. I'm sure all our audience will understand why it's such a joy to an actress to return to your broadcast. You've done a great deal for radio on the Campbell Playhouse. And speaking just as one of your listeners, and I'm a faithful one, I'd like to say that we'll all miss you this summer.
That's sweet of you, Helen. Now, before we say goodbye, let me remind you that you have a date with us here in the Campbell Playhouse next September.
I couldn't forget that, Orson. I'm looking forward to it. You're going to let me pick the play I most want to do.
That's a promise. And ladies and gentlemen, this is my cue to say goodbye. For tonight, with Victoria Regina, the Campbell Playhouse ends its present season. For us, it's been an eventful procession of varied and interesting Friday nights. And we hope that in some measure it's been so for you too, that we've lived up to our aim expressed on our first Campbell Playhouse broadcast, that we've pleased most of you most of the time. And we have news for you too. The Campbell Playhouse will be back on the air in September after a summer of searching for the best stories and plays that we can find for you. So until then, until September, our sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse, remain as always, obediently yours.
Tonight's broadcast of Victoria Regina, starring Helen Hayes with Orson Welles, concludes this present season of the Campbell Playhouse. Beginning in September, the Campbell Playhouse, Orson Welles producer, will bring you a new series of great dramatic presentations with a long list of celebrated guest stars. In the meantime, our good friend Raymond Page, who played for us so many years, brings his latest program, 99 Men and a Girl, brings it to you at this same time next Friday. If you have enjoyed our Campbell Playhouse presentations, won't you tell your grocer so when you order Campbell's chicken soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We begin by simply listening, slow down, see just how peaceful today can be. Alright, let's go.
But what is this? talking about. This is the end of the episode, not the oh. He's using the beginning of the other episode for his episode. That's great. Great.
The beginning is a very delicate time. Know then that it is the year 10,191. The known universe is ruled by the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV, my father. In this time, the most precious substance in the universe is the spice melange. The spice extends life. The spice expands consciousness. The spice is vital to space travel. The Spacing Guild and its navigators, who the spice has mutated over 4,000 years, use the orange spice gas, which gives them the ability to fold space. That is, travel to any part of the universe without moving. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you. The spice exists on only one planet in the entire universe. A desolate, dry planet with vast deserts. Hidden away within the rocks of these deserts are a people known as the Fremen, who have long held a prophecy that a man would come, a Messiah, who would lead them to true freedom. The planet is Arrakis, also known as June.
Spotted 3 troops of Fremen around the palace, and I've sent Gurney Halleck to meet them. He's not returned yet. Go there and see what's keeping Gurney.
Paul, I have a deep feeling that being here on Dune with these Fremen will reveal something to you. Something you can't even imagine. that the Fremen were waiting for.
The one that the Fremen were waiting for.
Atreides, the famous one. We must rally other Fremen troops. We are to stand some chance of defeating our Harkonnen enemies.
And rally other Fremen troops.
Young pup, how dare you come here? I'm going to kill you. If you don't leave, I'm going to destroy you.
I think that's where we're at. Oh, but I have to do one more thing.
This is a good time to talk a little bit about heroes.
I have many pizzas that need delivering, and you are late, like always. You're the only delivery boy here right now, too. So you must deliver everything. Don't be late.
I won't let you down, Mr. Aziz.
No privacy, my gosh.
I'll start there.
In these times of the future, man has explored new worlds, traveling through space by the use of the spice. Spice is the most precious substance. It can be found only on one planet in the whole universe. That planet is Arrakis, better known as Dune.
I don't even want to see how
It's a dry, desolate planet with vast deserts. There's never a drop of rain on Dune. You are Paul Atreides, son of Duke Leto Atreides. Conan's longtime enemies of your family have come on Dune to control the spice production in their brutal way.
Parker! Pizzas only get lost before baking, not after. What are you doing to my pizzas?
You have to let me try again, Mr. Aziz. I can't pay my rent without this job. I'll do better next time, I know it.
But the Emperor of the Universe has just allowed you and the Atreides family to go on Dune too.
That need delivering and you are late, like always. You're the only delivery boy here right now, too. So you must deliver everything. Don't be late.
You got it, Mr. Aziz. I'll deliver those pizzas before you know it. I think I should make my first delivery over there.
The story begins as you've just arrived on Dune. In an empty palace located at a safe distance from the Harkonnen fortresses.
5 flips of pizzas, Mr. Aziz. Flip fast.
Spice as soon as possible, or the Emperor will recall us from Dune.
An empty delivery bag means it's time to head back.
We've spotted 3 troops of Fremen around the palace, and I've sent Gurney Halleck to meet them.
Don't take my money!
He's not returned yet. Go there and see what's keeping Gurney.
I'm your mother, Jessica. The Duke has sent Gurney Halleck to Carthag Tuek. Go outside, take an Orny, and fly there. Hurry up, my son. I sense danger.
I really want...
I'm your mother, Jessica. I don't think I need to be at your side. I don't think I need to be at your side.
Good job. Keep it up, and there will always be work for you.
I'm glad you're happy, Mr. Aziz. Thanks.
Gurney Halleck. I've served the Atreides for a long time. I've just come into contact with the Fremen. The Fremen have always lived in the sands of Dune. They live in sieges so well hidden that no one knows exactly how many there are. I've tried to convince them to work for us. You try, Paul. They may trust you. I've just come into contact with the Fremen. Okay, Paul, I'm going with you. We've heard of you. You are the son of the Atreides Duke, and of Jessica, the...
Could he be the one? What was that?
Begin by simply slow down and see just how peaceful today can be. That was a really fun one. Thank you so much for being here. Catch you guys on the flip side.
Not really.
Begin by simply listening. Slow down. See yourself peaceful today. Greetings, children in his eyes. Sebastian St. Seraphim. You can always call me Bennett. Getting started today with the books of sacred magic, 15th century Aberrant mage, and maybe a game. Thanks so much for swinging by. Wish us luck. Guys,
The Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage by Samuel Liddell McGregor Mathers. Introduction by S.L. MacGregor Mathers. Owing perhaps to the circumstance that the indispensable Baedeker accords only a 3 or 4 line notice to the Bibliothèque de l'Arsenal. But few English or American visitors to Paris are acquainted with its name, situation, or contents, though nearly all know at least by sight the Bibliothèque Nationale and the Bibliothèque Mazarine. This Library of the Arsenal, as it is now called, was founded as a private collection by Antoine-René Boyer d'Argenson, Marquis de Paulmy, and was first opened to the public on the 9th Florio, in the 5th year of the French Republic, that is to say, on April 28, 1797, or just a century ago. This Marquis de Paulmy was born in the year 1722, died in 1787, and was successively Minister of War, and Ambassador to Switzerland, to Poland, and to the Venetian Republic. His later years were devoted to the formation of this library, said to be one of the richest private collections known. It was acquired in 1785 by the Comte d'Artois, and today belongs to the state. It is situated on the right bank of the Seine, in the Rue de Sully, near the river, and not far from the Place de la Bastille, and is known as the Bibliothèque de l'Arsenal. In round numbers it now possesses 700,000 printed books, and about 8,000 manuscripts, many of them being of considerable value. Among the latter is this book of the sacred magic of Abramelin, as delivered by Abraham the Jew unto his son Lamech, which I now give to the public in printed form for the first time. Many years ago I heard of the existence of this manuscript from a celebrated occultist, since dead. And more recently my attention was again called to it by my personal friend, the well-known French author, lecturer and poet, Jules Bois, whose attention has been for some time turned to occult subjects. My first mentioned informant told me that it was known both to Bulwer Lytton and Eliphas Levi, that the former had based part of his description of the sage Rosicrucian Mejner on that of Abramelin, while the account of the so-called observatory of Sir Philip Derval in the strange story was to an extent copied from and suggested by that of the magical oratory in Terrace, given in the 11th chapter of the second book of this present work. Certainly also the manner of instruction applied by Mejner in Zanoni to the neophyte Glyndon, together with the test of leaving him alone in his abode to go on a short journey and then returning unexpectedly, is closely similar to that employed by Abramelin to Abraham, with this difference, that the latter successfully passed through that test, while Glyndon failed. It would also be especially such experiments as those described at length in the third book, which the author of the strange story had in view when he makes Sir Philip Derval in the MS. History of his life speak of certain hooks describing occult experiments, some of which he had tried and to his surprise found succeed. This rare and unique manuscript of the sacred magic of Abramelin, from which the present work is translated, is a French translation from the original Hebrew of Abraham the Jew.
I had an idea though.
It is in the style of script usual at about the end of the
And then I pause that, which is always too loud. And then I go man. Sorry. Where have I been?
But then my something was slow, just how peaceful do they can be. Greetings, children. It is I, obedient servant, ashes and small. Joining me today is everyone worshiping the trade that inspired its sweet courtesy second. Thanks so much for swinging by. Wish us luck like 2 times in the weeks.
Blackstone Audio presents Watership Down by Richard Adams. This book contains the following dedications: to Juliet and Rosamond, remembering the road to Stratford-on-Avon. Introduction. Richard Adams. Whenever our family had to make a long journey in the car, I used to tell stories to my 2 little girls. Some of these were stories that everybody knows, such as Cinderella and Jack the Giant Killer. But a lot of them were stories that I made up myself. And my daughters particularly liked these, because they felt that they were their own stories and no one else's, made up for their own enjoyment. One day, when we had to make a journey of over 100 miles, they asked for a long story, which we have never heard before. Such a story was a beast. When they had to make a journey, I began into the miles. They started with the last tale that we have never heard before. Once upon a time, story was a beast. They did with the last tale that we have never heard before. But some of the upon a time, story was a beast. I took down to it like we have never heard before. But some of the upon a time, story was a beast. As for Piha, the seagull, he was based on a Norwegian resistance fighter whom I had met during the war. Fiber was derived from Cassandra, the Trojan prophetess who was cursed by the god Apollo always to tell the truth and never to be believed. To Hazel, I gave the qualities of an officer under whom I had served. He had the natural power of leadership. He was not only brave, but modest and retiring, yet with excellent judgment. Bigwig was based upon another officer I knew, a tremendous fighter, who was at his best when he had been told exactly what he had to do. In making up this anthropomorphic story, I followed the idea of Rudyard Kipling in his 2 Jungle Books. That is to say, although my rabbits could think and talk, I never made them do anything physical that real rabbits could not do. The story was not finished on that car journey, and I continued it during morning car runs to school. When at last it was finished, Juliet said, "That story is too good to waste, Daddy. You ought to write it down." At first I demurred, but one evening when I was reading aloud to them at bedtime from a not very good book, I finally threw it across the room and said, "Good Lord, I could write better than that myself." Rosamond said, "Well, I only wish you would, Daddy, instead of keeping on talking about it." Thus, taken to task, I finally agreed. I used to write in the evenings after supper, and I read to the girls each bit as I finished it. They were free to criticize, and often suggested alterations and additions, which I adopted. The comic rabbit Bluebell, for instance, was introduced at their suggestion. To make the rabbits as convincing as possible, I had recourse to The Private Life of the Rabbit by R.N. Locke, a well-known English naturalist and ornithologist. We first met when I asked him to read the final draft of the book, and he contributed several good suggestions. I remember, in particular, that he devised a passage in Watership Down in which the rabbits raid Nottingham Farm. We became great friends and used to go for walks together in the country. We also went together on a cruise ship through the Antarctic. An account of this was published in our book, Voyage Through the Antarctic. Watership Down is a real place, like all the places in the book. It lies in North Hampshire, about 6 miles southwest of Newbury, and 2 miles west of Kingsley. When I was a little boy, I often walked on the downs with my father, who used to point out the birds and wild flowers, and thus began my lifelong love of natural history. The downs form a singular feature of southern England. Geologically, they are chalk and have several birds and wildflowers peculiar to the chalk country. The Ordnance Survey map for this area is sheet 174, which includes Watership Down in square 4957. This and sheet 185 cover the whole area of the story. The rabbit language, Lapine, was invented word by word in the course of writing. This took place wherever a rabbit word was needed rather than words used by human beings. For example, going above ground to feed is a phrase hardly needed by human beings. But rabbits would need a single word, a word they quite often needed to use. For example, silkworm. Again, Sam was a rabbit word meaning stupefied, paralyzed with fear. The Latvian plural suffix il, rather than the English suffix s, was used to help to emphasize that Latvian was a different language. There is a certain amount of Arabic influence. For example, fraka and kehar. Kehar is one of the Arabic words for sea. Again, some of the invented words were given a kind of woofy, fluffy sound. For example, efrafa, the sort of noises that rabbits might make if they did talk. There is no grammar or construction in the language. It is simply a motley collection of substantives, adjectives, and verbs. Here and there, a word is onomatopoeic. For example, radudu, the sound of a tractor going along. With regard to the epigraphs at the head of each chapter, Juliet said, I like them, because when you read one for the first time, you can't imagine how it is going to have anything to do with the story. And then, as you read on, you see how it does. I never thought of the book becoming a bestseller, but I did think in terms of a modest hardback, which I could give to my daughter saying, there you are, this is the book you wanted me to write. I submitted it to one publisher after another, as well as to several literary agents. It was rejected again and again, 7 times in all, always on the same ground. Older children wouldn't like it because it is about rabbits, which they consider babies. And younger children wouldn't like it because it is written in an adult style. I refused to alter the draft in any way and went on knocking on doors. One day, I read in The Spectator a review of a book called Wood Magic by the Victorian author Richard Jefferies, first published in 1881 and never reprinted until now. It occurred to me that the publisher who had reprinted Wood Magic might possibly react favorably to my book. His name, I saw from the review, was Rex Collins. I guessed that this was a fairly small firm without much capital, but it was worth a try. I got in touch with him and submitted the fair typescript. My judgment was right. Rex Collins accepted the book at once. It was he who gave it the title Watership Down. The first edition consisted of no more than 2,500 copies, as much as Rex Collins could afford. He might not have much money, but one thing he could do, he could get a review copy onto every London desk that mattered. That was in November 1972. I was staggered by the number of favorable reviews. But the first edition was quickly sold out, and quite a lot of people complained to me that, much as they wanted to buy a copy, apparently there was none to be had. That winter, Macmillan, New York, accepted the book for publication. What followed was a rather amusing paradox. The American edition, a much larger one, attracted attention in the United Kingdom, so that, in effect, the book came from America to England. The Penguin edition appeared in 1974. A deluxe edition, beautifully illustrated by John Lawrence, appeared in 1976. Since that time, the book has never been out of print and has been published in many translations throughout the world. Year by year, I receive a great deal of fan mail, and not only from young people, but people of all ages. Following the example of the Duke of Wellington, who replied personally to every letter he received, I do my best to answer. Naturally, I am glad that the book has been enjoyed by so large a public, and that it plainly has a wide appeal, although the reason has never been altogether clear. I want to emphasize that Watership Down was never intended to be some sort of allegory or parable. It is simply the story about rabbits made up and told in the country.
This election, stay with CNN.
Part 1. The Journey. Chapter 1. The Notice Board. Chorus. Why do you cry out, son, and let there come vision of horror? Cassandra. The house reeks of death and dripping blood. Paul. How so? It is but the odor of the altar sacrifice. Cassandra. The stench is like a breath from the tomb. Excellent. Agamemnon. The primroses were over. Toward the edge of the wood, where the ground became open and sloped down to an old fence and a brambly ditch beyond, only a few fading patches of pale yellow still showed among the dog's mercury and oak tree leaves. On the other side of the fence, the upper part of the field was full of rabbit holes. In places, the grass was gone altogether, and everywhere there were clusters of dry droppings, through which nothing but the ragwort was growing. 100 yards away, at the bottom of the slope, ran the brook, no more than 3 feet wide, half-choked with kingcup, watercress, and blue brookline. The cart track crossed by a brick culvert and climbed the opposite slope to a 5-barred gate in the thorn hedge. The gate led into the lane. The May sunset was red and cloudy, and there was still half an hour to twilight. The dry slope was dotted with rabbits, some nibbling at the thin grass near their holes, others pushing further down to look for dandelions, or perhaps a countenance at the rest of them. Here and there one sat upright on an ant-heap and looked about, with ears erect and nose in the wind. The blackbird, singing undisturbed on the outskirts of the wood, showed that there was...
The major attack on Tuesday was a joint operation
his cab and waited for orders. Said the master.
I want to know if you have any complaint to make of James.
Complaint, sir. Is he
industrious at his work and respectful to you?
Yes, sir.
You never find he slights his work when your back is turned.
Conducting operations like this for more than 6 decades. Papers and walkie-talkies exploded to a level. The latest in a long line of sometimes high-tech operation by the legendary Israeli intelligence agency Mossad.
Israelis are the best. If you find your name on one of their hit lists, you probably can't get insured.
They have excellent operational security. They don't leak. This past July, a bomb secretly
That's where I'm coming from if my Chrome is muted.
Is how a source told CNN Hamas Ismail Haniyeh was killed, which Iran and Hamas say was done by Israel. Another assassination in Iran of a top nuclear physicist in 2020 was allegedly conducted by an explosion, plus a remote-controlled machine gun in a car parked nearby. And a Palestinian bombmaker named The Engineer was killed in 1996 using a cell phone with perhaps just over an ounce of explosives.
He put it up to his ear, the phone said, "Hello, Dad," and then the Israelis remotely exploded the phone and blew the side of his head off. So it was very simple.
Poison in toothpaste used by a Palestinian villager who later died an excruciating death. But there have also been unsuccessful operations. In 1997, Mossad agents in Jordan sprayed a lethal dose of fentanyl into the ear of Hamas leader Khalid Mashal, but some of the agents were captured. Israel was forced to provide the antidote and to release at least 19 prisoners. Mashal is still alive today. One of Mossad's earliest successes, in 1960, agents tracked down the notorious Nazi Adolf Hitler. He was captured and captured hiding in Argentina, spirited back to Israel to stand trial.
They managed to grab Eichmann, drug him, and send him back to Israel as a patient.
Eichmann was executed in 1962. Mossad also tracked down almost every terrorist who killed Israeli athletes in the Munich Olympics in 1972. During Operation Baffled, suspects were assassinated one by one, but so was the Moroccan waiter in Norway, who in a case of mistaken identity was killed, but turned out not to be involved. Still, operations like these recent ones against Hezbollah have a lasting effect on Israel's enemies.
Psychological evidence from one another, who are the informers, how could this happen? They're going to be fearful, they're short, disruptive.
Display. No. I don't need that. And then this.
All right, Brian, time to play the first fourth. Brian, thank you very much. And to our viewers, thanks very much for watching. I will put the video situation.
Go down to playlists. Down to season 4. And then hit random. Where's random?
To cut interest rates for the first time in 4 years.
Random is good? No.
Random is actually under control and it could have major political aftershocks. Plus, supporting the coalition, Kamala Harris is trying to
That's when Gatsby's out and rain.
Her campaign holding events with minority groups targeting the all-important youth vote in new ads. And it's happening. The first ballots get mailed out tomorrow in a state that is crucial to any path to 270. I'm talking about Wisconsin, a battleground currently showing a dead heat. We'll talk to the state's Democratic Party chair. I'm Dana Batch. Let's go behind the headlines and inside politics.
This is CNN News.
We begin with major breaking news out of the Middle East, a fresh wave of explosions in Lebanon. The health ministry is reporting at least 9 people have been killed after dozens of walkie-talkies apparently blew up. This comes just a day after hundreds of pagers used by Hezbollah exploded, injuring thousands. I want to get straight to Beirut and CNN's Ben Wiedemann.
Dana, in addition to the 9 people who have been killed so far today, according to the Ministry of Health, they're saying more than 300 have been injured in this second day of blasts across the country. Now, according to Lebanese security sources, there were somewhere between 15 and 20 explosions of devices, it's believed walkie-talkies in the southern suburbs of Beirut has a strong presence.
I'm confused.
During a funeral for people killed in explosions. Yesterday in Beirut, there were a similar number of explosions.
The meaning of words, a puff of wind made the plane leap up, and I see the red star on her forehead.
I confused myself. I made the game disappear, but I don't want to play that game right now anyway.
Then it began to materialize itself. If God had not taken away my reason, I saw it through my eyes. There were before me in actual flesh the same 3 women that Jonathan saw in the room where they would kiss his rose. I knew the swaying round shoulders, the bright hard eyes, white cheeks, the ready color, the voluptuousness. They smiled ever for 4 years at Anna, and as their laugh came through the silent night, they twined their arms to clink to her, and said in those so sweet, healing tones that Jonathan said with the intolerable sweetness of water bubbles. Come, sister, come. In fear, I turned to my poor mad Adamina, and my heart with gladness leapt like flame. For the terror in her sweet eyes, the repulsion, the horror, to which my heart was God be thanked. I seized some fire with my eye, they danced back before me and laughed their low, horrid laugh. I set fire to your eardrum, trying to give you were safe in our protection. They did not approach me, nor Mad Adamina, while remained in the ring, which would not be no more than they did entrance. The horses had ceased pulling and they lay still around. The snow fell softly and they quieter. I knew that there was no peace on the road here. And so we remained to rest at the bottom of the clothes in the boat. I was desolate and afraid and full of terror. When that sun yet climbed the horizon, life was seen again. At the first coming of the dawn, the forest figures melted in the whirling mist and snow. The reeds and transparent gloom moved away towards the castle and were lost. Instinctively, with the dawn coming, I turned to Adamina.
Why is this one so quiet?
but she lay in a deep sudden
That's no good.
which I could not wake her. I tried to hypnotize her. No response, none at all, and the day broke. I fear yet to stir. I have made my fire and have seen the horses. They are all dead. Today I have much to fear, and I keep waiting till the sun is up high. For there may be
I've lost control.
the sunlight, though the snow is the spirit, will lead me to safety. I am trying to breakfast, and then I go with my terrible.
A beginning.
Which one even is this?
Delicate.
No, Oh, okay, this one's fine. Theater?
Time. Know then that it is the year.
I fear to think of her awful without her place. We have horses to follow on the track. I know all golfing is getting ready. We have
The beginning is a very delicate time. Know then that it is the year 10,191. The known universe is ruled by the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV, my father. In this time, the most precious substance in the universe is the spice melange. The spice extends life. The spice expands consciousness. The spice is vital to space travel. The Spacing Guild and its navigators, who the spice has mutated over 4,000 years, use the orange spice gas, which gives them the ability to fold space. That is, travel to any part of the universe without moving. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you. The spice exists on only one planet in the entire universe. A desolate, dry planet with vast deserts. Hidden away within the rocks of these deserts are a people known as the Fremen, who have long held a prophecy that a man would come, a Messiah, who would lead them to true freedom. The planet is Arrakis, also known as June.
Begin by simply listening. Slow down and see just how peaceful today can be. Greetings, children. It is I, your open servants of Ashen Saints Moms. Getting started with Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Thanks so much for swinging by. Wish us luck. Catch you guys on the flip side. Get up. I forgot to grab the spares.
Lucky Strike. Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Lucky Strike program. You know, really, you'll have to excuse me for laughing, but I just spent the most wonderful half hour I've ever spent in my life. I was listening to my own radio show. And I don't know, I was so confident. I said so many funny things. Oh, I know what you're thinking. But I really believe that a man should be honest with himself. If there's anything I hate, is when a comedian is great and won't admit it. I've never met one like that, but I did. And one thing, I really am. You know, if any other comedian has a bad show, I'm the first one to admit it. I talk about it all the time. But I'm not rich or anything. I'm too easygoing and I'm not overly ambitious. And after all, I don't want to be the richest man in the world, America's big enough for me.
So what?
But gentlemen, I announced 2 weeks ago that Mary was going to be on my show, you see. But unfortunately, we had to postpone because there was a big mix-up and everything. Even the producer asked Mary to be on my show. Instead of Mary,
17
as our guest. And really, I'm getting him fairly reasonable. You're a tough guy, knows nothing about business. Nothing at all. Well, anyway, this show that I'm going to do. Well, I just heard that you talked with the producer, and there's a possibility of my song being out of this show. Yeah, well, the reason for that is, see, this show is very, very long. And we have to take out your song or my joke. See, then we thought we would do what was best for the show. No, Bob, we felt that it would be much more important, you see, to believe in my joke. You mean your jokes are more important than my song? Yes. My jokes stay in and your song goes out. Well, that's like keeping the smog and throwing away Los Angeles. Pretty clever line, isn't it? Yeah, it's what's in my next TV show. I'm on TV 5 times a week. I thought you were right. Now look at Bob. Your song is out, and that's it. See, I'm running this show. I'm the boss. My show, and I'm running it, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. Well, that's what the critics said about your last show. Bob was good, Jack was indifferent. Bob, go and get ready for the play. Will you run? Guy to get along with. And the only reason I hired at all is because I wanted him, his brother Billy. I didn't even know. But he had a feeling that I wasn't doing the paying the bill. I have the privilege of quitting. In case you notice that we stress the commercial, you know I'm doing it. I'm doing it. What's this I hear about you writing me on your iPhone? Incidentally, my name is Lieutenant Bentley. I should be arriving at the office any minute. Oh, here I come. I took off my hat and coat.
Walk to get to where am I walk to get?
I had heard of funny story last night, and I passed it on to the boys. Although I was a tough boss and a stickler for work, I had a lot of charm, and the boys loved it. I didn't see that.
That's the last.
Precinct 24.
Give me lock and door or give me no lock. Just give me the lock.
385 Madison Avenue. Window pried open. Yeah. Screen loose. No fingerprint. Must be a passenger, all right. We'll get him. Oh, the good work, huh? Yeah. 15 cabs. My cap's afraid to go out at night.
Settle and chill.
Here's Officer Sweeney's report. Pick up that striptease. Striptease? That was 4 days ago. Yeah, I know, but Sweeney wants to make sure she's guilty before he brings her in. I tried to arrest her myself, but I couldn't get anything on her. Slim Finger Sarah.
Cover the secret.
You can go first. I'll take care of her.
Take your filthy hands off me.
Maybe I'll give you a break.
Oh, no, you don't. I ain't signing nothing till I talk to my lawyer. And besides, I'm entitled to make one phone call.
These crooks know their rights, all right. Go ahead.
Hello, Sally? And this is Sarah. Yeah. I say, Sally, would you do me a favor? Yeah, let me talk to my apartment, will you? The matter, the and there's a pot
Why did you call me? I was typing out a report on Slim Finger Sarah when the door opened. And there were Detective Simmons and Ross. They had brought in a vicious gunman, a killer named Babyface What do you know about Blinky Mason? I tell you, I never heard of no Blinky Mason. Mother said he was a nice little boy. Or his teacher, a sweet, gray-haired old lady. Cried when he graduated. And his brother owns everything. I don't even know his girlfriend is blind and lives in aircraft. His boyhood chum ran away from home and went to Australia. Wait a minute, Steve. If you don't know Blinky Mason, how come you don't know so much about him? I seen him on Mrs. O'Reilly. Say. Gee, how I cried when they brought in a warden that he hadn't seen for 20 years. When Mason was knocked off, you were standing there with a shot. And listen to this. I'm walking behind. Turn that thing off. Now, what did you do with that gun? Well, okay, give me a gun and I'll run down to the drugstore. Right here, yeah, save a dime. Yeah.
That was a waste. I should have seen that left over. Now I'm going backwards. It's great.
You killed Blinky Mason, didn't you? I didn't do it myself.
I like this sword. It's kind of helpful. Why does it always have to be
One more question, baby face. What was he doing
That chicken. Relaxing and wonderful as that was.
Very much, everybody. I really enjoyed reading this with you. I have never read it before, so this was a wonderful experience reading it together with you for the first time. For those of you who read it before, I hope you enjoyed revisiting it again. Thank you for doing so. For anyone else who likes
Discretion advised. This just got PG-13.
So, it was, I think, the perfect treat for us to read right before Halloween. So thank you to everybody who did take it for someone. I really enjoyed it, and I hope you did too. Our next
If they're way off the screen and they drop an item. Ouch. I got no defense. Mandatory combat. Oh, ow. I need defense. Dude, you're way too quiet. Turn it up. And you have no subtitles. You're welcome.
Substance in the universe is the spice melange. The spice extends life. The spice expands consciousness. The spice is vital to space travel. The Spacing Guild and its navigators, who the spice has mutated over 4,000 years, use the orange spice gas, which gives them the ability to fold space. That is, travel to any part of the universe without moving. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you. The spice exists on only one planet in the entire universe. A desolate, dry planet with vast deserts. Hidden away within the rocks of these deserts are a people known as the Fremen, who have long held a prophecy that a man would come, a Messiah, who would lead them to true freedom. The planet is Arrakis, also known as June.
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what Big Wireless does. They charge
Your mic's not on. I'm close to death. Do you want to kill me?
Testing. Where did all my sound go? Young Reynolds, come back.
Charge you a lot, we charge you a little. They put their names on arenas, we put ours on my lower back. So naturally, when they announced they'd be raising their prices due to inflation, we decided to deflate our prices due to not hating you. And if this were one of their ads, they'd end it here with a happy customer. So we'll end ours with an angry goat. Oh, look at the angry goat.
Greatest of all time.
I'm going to make you. I offer some.
Why should I bomb anything?
My name is Susan Ashworth. I live alone in this old 2-bedroom flat. I rarely go outside. Some would say it's a lonely life, and I guess that's true, but I don't like people's company. Not lately, anyway. I only trust my cats these days, and I will miss them dearly, but they will understand, like they always have. Teacup stays with me till the end. He watches me, as if he knew. Because earlier tonight, I swallowed a whole bunch of pills. They're legal, of course, prescribed by my doctor for my sleeping problems. But I've taken 34 of them, all I could find in the cupboard, and now the room around me spins in a blurry tango as my heart slows down. Any second now, I will be dead. I feel calm. I'm ready for it. I've only got one thing to say now. Thanks for nothing. Goodbye. name is Susan Ashworth. I live alone in this old 2-bedroom flat. I rarely go outside. Some would say it's a lonely life, and I guess that's true, but I don't like people's company. Not lately, anyway. I only trust my cats these days, and I will miss them dearly, but they will understand, like they always have. Teacup stays with me till the end. He watches me, as if he knew. Because earlier tonight, I swallowed a whole bunch of pills. They're legal, of course, prescribed by my doctor for my sleeping problems. But I've taken 34 of them, all I could find in the cupboard. And now the room around me spins in a blurry tango as my heart slows down. Any second now, I will be dead. I feel calm. I'm ready for it. I've only got one thing to say now. Thanks for nothing. Goodbye.
How are you? Not much. Yeah, I'm free now. I'm doing my TV show.
Making that noise. Hello? Who's there? Answer me.
I'm not sure I can stand it.
Round one. Fight.
I have no patience.
Poe made his course into that part.
Are you doing okay, Kayla? Sound upset.
Begin by simply listening. Slow down. See just how peaceful
time. We should just stay up all night and play Zelda. What is this? Lemon tart. 4 hearts. They keep wanting me to buy a shield for some reason. 155.
Let me show you how to make a cold pack and a hot pack using science. Inside is just some water and powder. To see it work, we need
I want to die. I don't think I have enough money for them.
Breaking down the tales and thoughts of reason, or by some habit grown too much, that these men, carrying, I say, the stamp of one defect, their virtues else be they as pure as great, shall, in the general censure, take corruption from that particular fault. This is the tragedy of a man who could not make up his mind.
Some years ago, never mind how long precisely, having little or no money in my purse, and nothing particular to interest me on shore, I thought I would sail about a little and see the watery part of the world. It is a way I have of driving off the spleen and regulating the circulation. Whenever I find myself growing grim about mouth, whenever it is a damp, some years ago, never mind how long precisely, having little or no money in my purse, and nothing particular to interest me on shore, I thought I would sail about a little and see the watery part of the world. It is a way I have of driving off the spleen and regulating the circulation. Whenever I find myself growing grim mouth, whenever it is a damp, some years ago, never mind how long precisely, having little or no money in my purse, and nothing particularly interest me on shore, I would sail about a little and see the watery part of the world. It is a way I have of straighten off the spleen and regulating the circulation.
Welcome to Micah Reads. We are as excited. Hello and welcome to Micah Reads. We are continuing a book. Well, we're starting a book. Scarlet Letter. Wow, the Scarlet Letter. You guys excited? I'm pretty excited. So, because I can do whatever I want on this channel, I've decided to start on page 41, which is chapter 1's beginning. You can't see it. Chapter 1, The Prison Door. I'm skipping this first 40 pages of introduction because, man, that looks like somebody else's problem to me. So, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1, The Prison Door. A throng of bearded men in sad-colored garments and gray steeple-crowned hats, intermixed with women.
Stupid mess up.
Some wearing hoods and others bareheaded, was assembled in front of a wooden edifice, the door of which was heavily timbered with oak and studded with iron spikes. The founders of a new colony, whatever utopia of human virtue and happiness they might originally project, have invariably recognized it among their earliest practical necessities to allot a portion of the virgin soil as a cemetery, and another portion as the site of a prison. In accordance with this rule, it may be safely assumed that the forefathers of Boston had built the first prison house, somewhere in the vicinity of Cornhill, almost as seasonably as they had marked out the first burial ground on Isaac Johnson's lot, and round about his grave, which subsequently became the nucleus of all congregated sepulchres in the old churchyard of King Chapel. Certainly it is that some 15 or 20 years after the settlement of the town, the wooden jail was already marked with weather stains and other indications of age, which gave yet darker aspect to its beetle brown and gloomy front. The rust on the ponderous ironwork of its oaken door looked more antique than anything else in the world. Like all that pertains to crime, it seemed never to have any youthful era. Before this ugly edifice, and between it and the wheel track of the street, was a grass plot, much overgrown with burdock, pigweed, apple peru, such unsightly vegetation which evidently found something congenial in the soil that had become so early born in the black flower of civilized society, a prison. But on one side of the portal, and rooted at the threshold, was a wild rose bush covered in this month of June with its delicate gems, which might be imagined to offer their fragrance and fragile beauty to the prisoner as he went in, and to the condemned criminal as he came forth to his doom, in token that the deep heart of nature could pity and be kind to him. This rose bush, by strange chance, had been kept alive in history, but whether it had been merely survived out of the stern old wilderness so long after the fall of gigantic pines and oaks that originally overshadowed it, or whether there is a fair authority for believing that it sprung up under the footsteps of sainted Anne Hutchinson as she entered the prison door, we shall not take upon us to determine, finding it so directly on the threshold of our narrative, which is now about to issue from an inauspicious portal, we should hardly do otherwise than pluck one of its flowers and present it to the reader. It may serve, let us hope, to symbolize some sweet moral blossom that may be found along the track, or relieve the darkening close of a tale of human frailty and sorrow. And that is the end of chapter 1. So, what have we learned in this chapter so far? Pretty much nothing, but it's an introduction into the surroundings, the scene that this is going to play out. This chapter, of course, called The Prison Door, initially sets the ground of the colony that the place shows up. It's like, oh, first there was built a cemetery, and then in this town there was a prison immediately afterwards. So the town has a bit of a darkness to it. So we're being led up to this. We're talked about, oh, here's how there's a bunch of vegetation around it, how sometimes it still thrives despite being dominated by man, where oaks and stuff have gone down. These smaller, like, vegetation things still survived, and specifically, a rose bush is sitting right in the doorway to this prison. And many prisoners have walked by it seeing this rose bush. People on their way to die, people on their way to be captured, and people just in the prison have seen this rose bush, and they're like, oh, look, there's a rose bush here. Maybe it's some sign of hope. We don't know yet. Again, it's just the very beginning of the book. But that's chapter 1, guys. I'm going to break each video into a single chapter. Is that going to make for, like, 8-minute videos? Yes, it will. Sometimes it'll be 30-minute videos. Depends on how long the chapters are. But I hope you stick with me. I'm going to try and make this entertaining. Every single chapter, I'll be breaking down how the chapter went down, why the characters are acting the way they're acting, all that stuff, my own opinions. You're going to get everything at the end of every single chapter, and it's going to be beautiful. So if you want to stick with me, we're going to be getting through the rest of this book. Thank you very much for joining me for this one, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Goodbye. And welcome back, guys. Thank you for joining me for Chapter 2. Didn't expect you to come back, but you did, and I really appreciate that. So, again, actually, this is not again. This is the first time. I'm sorry I'm sick. I didn't mention it before, but it's kind of obvious. As these videos go on, I did a downhill motion. I didn't mean to do that. The videos are going to be getting better. My voice will be getting better, is what I meant to say. The sickness is going to be going down. I'm going to normalize. Anyway, so wasted enough of your time. Let's get started. Chapter 2. The Marketplace. The grass plot before the jail in Prison Lane on a certain summer morning not less than 2 centuries ago was occupied by a pretty large number of inhabitants of Boston, all with their eyes intently fastened on an iron-clamped oaken door. Amongst any other population, or at a later period in history of New England, the grim rigidity that petrified the bearded physiognomies of these good people would have augured some awful business in the hand. It could have betokened nothing short of an anticipated execution of some noted culprit, on whom the sentence of a legal tribunal had but confirmed the verdict of public sentiment. But in that early severity of the Puritan character, an inference of this kind could not so indubitably be drawn. It might be the sluggish bondservant or the undutiful child, whom his parents had given over to the civil authority, was to be corrected at the whipping post. It might be the antinomian, a Quaker, or another heterodox religious, that has been scourged out of time, or an idle and vagrant Indian, whom the white man's firewater had made riotous about the streets, was to be driven with stripes into the shadow of the forest. It might be, too, that a witch, like the old Mistress Hibbins, the bitter-tempered widow of the magistrate, was to die upon the gallows. In either case, there was much the same solemnity of demeanor on the parts of the spectators as benefited a people amongst whom religion and law were almost identical, and in whose characters both were so thoroughly interfused that the mildest and severest acts of public discipline were alike made venerable and awful. Meager, indeed, and by cold, was the sympathy of the transgressor might look for from such bystander as a scaffold. On the other hand, a penalty, which by in our days would infer a degree of mocking, infamy, and ridicule, might then be invested with some as stern as the dignity of the punishment of death itself. It was a circumstance to be noted, on a summer morning when our story begins its course, that the women, of whom there were several in the crowd, appeared to take peculiar interest in whatever penal infliction might be expected to ensue. The age had not so much refinement, and in any case of impropriety, restrained the wearers of a petticoat and farthingale from stepping forth into the public ways, and wedging not their unsubstantial persons, if occasion were, into the throng nearest to the scaffold at an execution. Morally as well as maternally, there was a coarser fiber in those wives and maidens of Old English birth and breeding than their fair descendants, separated from them by the series of 6 or 7 generations. For throughout the chain of ancestry, every successive mother who has transmitted to her child a fainter bloom, a more delicate and briefer beauty, and a slighter physical frame, if not a character of less force and solidity than her own. The women who were now standing at the prison doors stood within less than a half-century of the period when the man like Elizabeth had, wow, that's rude, man like Elizabeth, had been not altogether unsuitable for a representative of the sex. They were her countrywomen, and beef and ale of their native land, with a moral diet of wit more refined, entered largely into their composition. The bright morning sun, therefore, shone on broad shoulders and well-developed busts, and on round and ruddy cheeks that had ripened on the far-off island, and had hardly yet grown paler or thinner in the atmosphere of New England. There was, moreover, a boldness and a rotundity of speech among these matrons, as most of them seemed to be, that would startle us in the present day, whether in respect to the purport or its volume of tone. "Good wives," said a hard-featured dame of 50, "I tell ye a piece of my mind. It would be greatly for the public behoof if we women, being of mature age and church members and good repute, should have the handling of such malefactresses as this Hester Prynne. What think ye, gossips, of this hussy stood up for judgment before us five, that are now here in the knot together? Would she come off with such a sentence as the worship magistrate have awarded? Marry, I trow not." "People say," said another, "that the Reverend Master Dimmadale, her godly pastor, takes it very grievously to heart that such a scandal should have come up in this congregation." "The magistrates are God-fearing gentlemen, but merciful over much. That is the truth," added a third autumnal matron. "At the very least, they should have put a brand of hot iron on Hester Prynne's forehead. Madam Hester would have winced at that, I warrant me. But she, a naughty baggage, little will she care what they put upon the bodice of her gown. Why, look you, she may cover it with a brooch or some such heathenish adornment, and so walk the streets as brave as ever." "Ah, but," interposed, more softly, a young wife holding a child by the hand, "let her cover the mark as she will, the pang of it will be always in her heart." "What do we talk of marks and brands, whether on the bodice of her gown or the flesh of her forehead?" cried another female, the ugliest, as well as the most pitiless of the self-constituted judges. "This woman has brought shame on us all, and ought to die. There's not a law for it, truly there is, both in Scripture and the statute book. Then let magistrates, who have made it of no effect, thank themselves if their own wives and daughters go astray." "Mercy on us, good wife," exclaimed a man in the crowd. "There is no virtue in women, save for what springs from a wholesome fear of the gallows. That is the hardest word yet. Hush now, gossips, for the lock is turning in the prison door, and here comes Mistress Prynne herself." The door of the jail being flung open from within, there appeared in the first place, like a black shadow emerging into the sunshine, the grim and grisly presence of the town beadle, with a sword by his side and the staff of his office in his hand. That was a run-on sentence. Anyway, sorry guys. This personage prefigured and represented in his aspect the whole dismay severity of the puritanical code of law, which it was his business to administer in his final and closest application to the offender. Stretching forth the official staff in his left hand, he laid his right upon the shoulder of a young woman, whom he thus drew forward, until on the threshold of the prison door she repelled him by an action marked with natural dignity and force of character, and stepped into the open air, as if by her own free will. She bore in her arms a child, a baby of some 3 months, who winked and turned aside its little face from the too vivid light of day, because its existence hereto had been brought acquainted only with the gray twilight of a dungeon or other darksome apartment of the prison. When the young woman, the mother of this child, stood fully revealed before the crowd, it seemed to be her first impulse to clasp the infant closely to her bosom. Not so much by an impulse of motherly affection, as that she might thereby conceal a certain token, which was wrong, wrought, or fastened into her dress. In a moment, however, Wisely judging that one token of her shame would but poorly serve to hide another, she took the baby on her arm, and with a burning blush, and yet a haughty smile, and glance that would not be abashed, looked around at her townspeople and neighbors. On the breast of her gown, in fine red cloth, surrounded with an elaborate embroidery and fantastic flourishes of gold thread, appeared the letter A. It was so artfully done, and with so much fertility and gorgeous luxuriance of fancy, that it had all the effect of lasting and fitting decoration to the apparel which she wore, and which was of a splendor in accordance with the taste of the age, but greatly beyond what was allowed by the sumptuary regulations of the colony. The young woman was tall, with a figure of perfect elegance on a large scale. She had a dark and abundant hair, so glossy that it threw off the sunshine with a gleam, and a face which, besides being beautiful from regularity of feature and richness of complexion, had the impressiveness belonging to a marked brow and deep black eyes. She was ladylike, too, after the manner of the feminine gentility of those days, characterized by a certain state and dignity, rather than by the delicate evanescence and indescribable grace which now recognize as its indication. And it never had Hester Prynne appeared more ladylike in the antique interpretation of the term than as she issued from the prison. Those who had before known her and expected to behold her dimmed and obscured by a disastrous cloud were astonished and even startled to perceive how her beauty shone out and made a halo of the misfortune and inaugmentation in which she was enveloped. It may be true that to a sensitive observer there was something exquisitely painful in it. Her attire, which indeed she had wrought in the occasion in prison, and modeled after her own fancy, seemed to express the attitude of her spirit, the desperate recklessness of her mood, by its wild and picturesque peculiarity. But the point which drew all eyes, and, if it were transfigured the wearer, so that both men and women who had been familiar or acquainted with Hester Prynne were now impressed as if they beheld her for the first time. This was the Scarlet Letter. Roll credits! So fantastically embroidered and illuminated upon her bosom, it had the effect of a spell, taking her out of the ordinary relations with humanity and enclosing her in a sphere by herself. She hath good skill at needle, that's certain, remarked one of the female spectators. But did ever a woman, before this brazen hussy, contrive such a way of showing it? Why gossip? What is it but to laugh in the faces of our godly magistrates, and make a pride out of what they worthy gentlemen meant for punishment? It were well, muttered the most iron-visaged of the old dames, if we stripped Madam Hester's rich gown off her dainty shoulders, and as for the red letter she hath stitched so curiously, I'll bestow a rag of mine to rheumatic flannel to make a fitter one. Oh, peace, neighbors, peace, whispered their youngest companion. Do not let her hear you. Not a stitch in that embroidered letter, but she had felt it in her heart. The grim beadle now made a gesture with his staff. Make way, good people, make way in the king's name, cried he. Open a passage, and I promise ye, Mistress Prim, shall be set wherever man, woman, and child may have fair sight of her brave apparel. From this time till our past meridian, a blessing on the righteous colony of Massachusetts, where iniquity is dragged out into the sunshine. Come along, Madam Hester, and show your scarlet letter in the marketplace. A lane was forthwith opened through the crowd of spectators, preceded by the beadle and the attended on a regular procession of stern-browed men and unkindly-visaged women. Hester Prynne set forth towards the place appointed for her punishment. A crowd of eager and curious schoolboys, understanding little of the matter in hand, except that it had given them a half-holiday, ran before her progress, turning their heads continually to stare into her face, and the winking baby in her arms, and the ignominious letter on her breast. It was no great distance in those days from prison door to marketplace. Measured by the prisoner experience, however, it may be reckoned a journey of some length, for, haughty as her demeanor was, she perchance underwent an agony from every footstep on those thronged to see her, as if her heart had been flung into the street for them all to
Sincerely seeking truth, you'll let go every time. This is the beginning and end of the entire path. You surrender yourself to the process of emptying yourself. When you work with this, you start to learn.
4 hours and 30 minutes, and I'm starting a new thing. Sounds good. Okay. Press play. Oh my gosh, did it take me this long to get started in the olden days?
One is the world was lost in a
Yeah. The prison.
Part 1. Awakening Consciousness. One, the voice inside your head. Shoot, I can't remember her name. What is her name? Darn, here she comes. What is it? Sally. Sue. She just told me yesterday. What's the matter with me? This is going to be embarrassing. In case you haven't noticed, you have a mental dialogue going on inside your head that never stops. It just keeps going and going. Have you ever wondered why it talks in there? How does it decide what to say and when to say it? How much
What the heck is going on? Why can't I hear?
How much of what it says is even important? And if right now you are hearing, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have any voice inside my head. That's the voice we're talking about. If you're smart, you'll take the time to step back, examine this voice, and get to know it better. The problem is, you're too close to be objective. You have to step way back and watch it converse. While you're driving, you hear internal conversations like, "Wasn't I supposed to call Fred? I should have. Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot. He's going to be so mad. He may never talk to me again. Maybe I should stop and call him right now. No. I don't want to stop the car right now." Notice that the voice takes both sides of the conversation. It doesn't care which side it takes, just as long as it gets to keep on talking. When you're tired and trying to sleep, it's the voice inside your head that says, "What am I doing? I can't go to sleep yet. I forgot to call Fred. I remembered in the car but I didn't call."
steady as a man, and as strong and well grown, and though he has not.
If there's a season 5 and a season 4, there must be a season 3. But do we want to know what's in it? Meow.
The plan is Elden Ring and Count Dracula. It's gonna be
Now I'm confused. Battered, spoiled, ruined, but not beaten. No, not beaten. There has to be a hiding key. A hiding key. Now I have to remember where the door is. Oh. I don't. Oh. Oh great, tougher enemies. Excuse me, I don't want it to end like this.
Greetings, children. It is I, your obedient servant, Sebastian St. Smalls. The plan for this one, like I said before, is Elden Ring and Count Dracula. Thanks so much for swinging by. Wish us luck. First, let's share it.
New butler. As to how I can be suitably servile.
Yes. First of all, I guess I'd better tell the old butler he's fired. Igor?
You called, my lord?
Yes. Igor, I'd like a little talk with you.
You are a vast, omniscient being capable of changing the entire world at will.
What a great introduction to this topic. This video goes over how
Dismissed after 7.5 centuries of painful stress. Ousted by a penguin. And what does the wretched Giles know the master's way? No, I do not trust that ghastly person.
Jive!
Yes, your superiority.
Oh, Jive, I'm hungry.
I'll ask cook to bring you the menu.
Who is a cook?
My distant cousin.
Ah,
Casserole penguin Giles.
what's on the menu?
Seaweed.
Seaweed.
Seaweed. Load. Reel of seaweed. Grilled seaweed with seaweed. Filleted seaweed in a seaweed sauce. Seaweed bonfam poke. Seaweed on a bed of seaweed with a side salad of seaweed.
I shouldn't have got rid of Igor after all. Oh, all right, Jives. I'll have the
Seaweed. A very wise choice, your intelligence. I'll tell my cousin the maid to bring it in.
What is the master doing with all that stuff? How will he ever pay them? After all, he never even paid me. This is my reward. Be cast out into the terrible cold. Tincture with fever. Now I am hallucinating. It looks like... Christmas pudding. An airborne Christmas pudding. No, it's a hot air balloon. It's Dr. Von Goosewing. Oil, bats, and banshees. I must tell the master. Wait, I've got a better idea. Dr. Von Goosewing!
What's up? I can't make out what down there is. Is it a penguin? No, it's Igor! So, just keep an eye on the balloon, Heinrich. Hi, Heinrich, you hear me? Always playing hard to get. Okay, Igor, you were saying?
I was saying, Dr. Von Goosewing, that the master has gone mad. He's cast me out of the cold and taken on a young girl. No, someone who is best known to himself. He has disguised himself as Yes, and he's disguised the butler as himself.
But wait a moment, the butler is himself.
No, the butler is now my master because my master is disguised as someone else because he is not himself.
Heinrich, bring me a headache pill.
Dr. Von Goosewing, it is perfectly simple. One penguin is now Carnocula, while the other penguins are penguins, except for the one who's a duck.
It's been a dozen headache pills, Heinrich. Are you trying to tell me that there is more than one penguin?
Yes, there is certainly more than one penguin.
How many more? Tell me.
9.
But see, it is important that I know. Tell me how many more.
9.
Uncle Stilskin, tell me.
9, 9, 9.
Yeah. Tell me.
I have told you how many.
Heinrich,
Goosewing, you have to fight yourself.
I'm not. When I left home, just hope I'm not turning into a penguin.
Make that 2 bottles, Heinrich, and quit. All you have to remember, Goosewing, is to miss the duck and snatch the penguin.
We're the McClure Brothers, and today we're going to break down how we use cannon to shoot McLaren rifles. Our approach to storytelling is always to stay as immersive as possible. Our cannon kit.
I don't have any health power-ups.
Just what I need to keep me warm. I know I'm so heavy.
No, it's not going to be the time pass. Because you don't. No, you bought
2 hearts. I have this cunning plan. If I backtrack... Oh, there's a big gap in the map. Is that for real?
Is my question why I returned home unexpectedly. Indeed I do, sir. Where's me fish? I put it down. Yes, funny looking fish, that is. Fish, I know fish.
Okay, let's do this.
Dinner, this is
Didn't I leave behind just blueberries sitting around?
I quit, Colonel. As of this moment, you are one valet the less. You are somewhat deficient in the manservant department. You are to put not too fine a point on it, but the less.
Please show me the blueberries. I swear I did. I have this image of blueberries in my mind.
To remind your wealthiness what day it was. Oh,
well, that'll have to do. Forgot about the fairy phone.
May I remind your munificence that apart from myself, there are 8 other cousins, 8 other staff. And may I remind you, your penguin ship, that I haven't any money. You haven't any money? No, not a cent. Are you trying to tell me your bankruptcy that me and my mates have been flogging ourselves to death here and you ain't got none of the ready? Hey, what happened to Albert Penguin Jai? He just died of shock. That's what happened to him. And that ain't nothing compared to what's going to happen to you if you don't cough up with a line. Igor! Here, is it? You gave him the boot, didn't you? Nanny! Oh, go, your button. Wait a minute.
What route should I be taking that I'm failing to take?
Oh, no, not you again, Goosewing. I've got enough trouble with this lot. And don't think you can fool me, Dracula, because no, you're not Dracula. What are you talking about? Brilliant ventriloquist you may be, but I know that all of you penguins are penguins, including the ones who the penguin. Okay, silly old bastard, don't sit.
Cat. Why are they doing this to I want to die. I can't do it anymore. I can't make It would be really nice to do a game where I can see the map. That's so much to ask for.
You mean kill us the duck? You win! No, it's all a mistake. Let me explain everything. Out of gas. Spit that duck out, you monster, while I fill this dingspoon contraption up.
Oh, that was a fierce battle. I had so much money saved up. I didn't spend anything and I just kept collecting money. But you need to be careful with your hearts. You can't just get hit all the time. Should I make more pizza? That's the question. Why don't I have spaghetti? Doesn't spaghetti sauce last forever? It makes no sense.
It just means you've got your job back.
I'm most gratified to hear that, Lord. Now, if I may make a suggestion.
Suggest away, Igor. Suggest away.
May I make so bold as to advise a speedy return to Transylvania sanity and serendipity, Lord?
Absolutely, Igor. But let's go to Transylvania first.
For wish the Lord is about to be gratified.
The compass. Okay, that's a good dose of that. Oh, I know what I can eat real quick. I'm gonna go grab a snack.
Greetings, children. It is I, your obedient servant, Sebastian St. Seraphine. Plastic side. Kill me, Faustus, twice, twice. Plan for this one. 1975. Fantastic. Bill Murray. And Legend of Zelda. Next. Thanks so much for swinging by. Wish us
Out of the pages of the world's greatest comic magazine come the adventures.
Why was it so quiet?
Okay, so the plan is Fantastic Four Radio, 1975 Bill Murray, and Legend of Zelda. It's gonna be live.
I'm not doing so good. I'm not doing so good. Ugh.
Exists on only one planet in the entire universe. Desolate, dry, and vast deserts. Hidden away within the rocks and continents are people known as the Fremen, who have long held a prophecy of man becoming Messiah.
I'm gonna die. 5 treasure chests. It's a fire orb.
Begin by simply listening. Slow down. See just how peaceful today can be. Greetings, children. It is I, your obedient servant, Sebastian St. Seraphine, plastic sci-fi control. You're killing me small sticks and twice. You can always the plan for this one. 1975 radio, Fantastic Four, Bill Murray, and Legend of Zelda. Next. Thanks so much for swinging by. Wish
Attention, all true believers. Marvel Comics is on the air. Out of the pages of the world's greatest comic magazine come the adventures of the Fantastic Four. This week's epic, the first tale in this new radio series, is from the original book of Marvel called The Fantastic Four Meet the Mole Man, the beginnings of which we shall witness in just half a moment. It's mid-afternoon in New York City. Through the din of midday traffic is heard a strange explosion. A symbol takes shape in the city sky, and a legend is born. Hey, look up there. What does that mean? Could it be an invasion? And high above the excitement and hubbub, one man holds the still smoldering flare gun. One individual who is somehow more than just a man. He is the leader of the Fantastic Four. This is the first time that I've had to use the signal, and I pray it'll be the last. In another part of Manhattan, Susan Storm is having tea with a society friend when she hears...
Look out there. What? That symbol in the sky. What do you suppose it means?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jackie. I have to go now.
What? But we haven't even started our lunch.
So it happened at last. I must be true to my vow. There's no turning back.
She's gone. But how?
It's time for the world to meet the invisible girl.
And at the same time, in a men's clothing store downtown...
I'm sorry, sir, but we don't carry anything large enough to fit a man of your stature.
Bah, everywhere I go, it's the same story. I'm in a world too small.
Say, look in the sky. That bright red symbol with the number 4 inside.
Huh?
What can it mean?
Let me see that. Time has come. Out of the way! Why do they build doorways so narrow?
Holy smokes, a monster.
If I get hearts, I'm just gonna die of curse. Death from curse. It wasn't my fault.
Invaded? Well, before we make such a decision, let's observe another scene at Swanson's garage.
We got her purring like a lamb, Johnny. Right? Good, that's the way it should be. There's only one thing I like better than working on cars. What's that? Hey, look! What's that in the sky? That's my cue. Flame on. Hey, Johnny! What's happening to you? Remember me saying there's only one thing I like better than working on cars? Well, this is it.
The figure which just seconds before had been Johnny Storm is now the Human Torch, flying through the skies like a flaming meteor.
Red Dog Base Dispatchment Leader. Scramble alert. You are authorized.
Is that really as loud as it gets, though?
Flaming objects now flying over Manhattan.
No way.
Within a few minutes, Johnny Storm is in a storm cloud for his life.
My brain's gonna run out. Oh no, I'm falling. I'm not gonna make it.
Possibly more arms stretch out after them. Now the flameless Human Torch is plucked from the air by the strange man who fired the flare which caused all the commotion.
Thanks, Reed.
Oh, you're safe now, lad. Who is this man? In fact, who are all 4 of these astonishing humans? How did they become what they are? What mystic work of fate brought them all together to form the Fantastic Four?
Well, you all came when I summoned you. Good. There's a task that awaits us. An awesome task.
There's time for us to learn of the task awaiting these 4, but first, let us uncover the origins of this colorful quartet. That requires a bit of marvel magic as we travel back to a time and place before there was... Back to the office of Dr. Reed Richards in the Federal Space Exploration Complex, where Dr. Richards is briefing his team.
So, as you can see, we have a clear time window at 9:40 tonight, and then not again for 3 years. If we're to be the first in space, we must leave tonight.
What? You're not going tonight. He is, Simon. You know we haven't done enough research into the effects of cosmic rays. They think it's
Bunnies. The map. Kingstone piece.
And I tagged along with Sis, so it's settled. No time to wait for clearance. Conditions are right now.
I think this is a stupid thing you're doing, but I
Oh, I'm so magical now.
Richards has spent years constructing is streaking to the heavens, climbing into space. Hey, the cars! Sounds like another time.
Oh, now I'm sitting on the cash.
Right, but this ship is actually a perfect baby. Yeah, but we still don't know those Catholic rays. Higher and higher, like a silver bullet, the sleek spacecraft soared. Autopilot takes over and the spaceship returns to Earth, a rugged but non-fatal landing. Leaving our quartet of champions deep in the jungle of South America. Let's just grateful we're all alive. What'd you expect? And we still don't know what affects the traffic rail. Look at Susan.
But I'm very magical. Look at that. You see how magical?
Says I can't see you at all anymore. Hard to tell you to wait. How long will it last? That's gonna be the question of the century. How long will it last? No way of playing. Never gets visible that easy.
It's gotta be something cool.
Think about your physical form. Try to imagine yourself visible.
Some kind of overpass.
We might never see you again. Richard, you were crazy for proceeding with this experiment. How do you know she won't turn invisible again? Oh, sure, you're okay now, but what about a minute ago? And what's gonna happen to the rest of us? I'm sick and tired of your insults and complaining. I get the purpose of it. I'm sick and tired of your What's happening to him, sis? Wait, man, don't try to talk him.
I've got the financial resources. Look at all this money. Together we have more power than any human has ever had. Why do you underestimate us? Big shot. We understand. We ought to use our power to help mankind. Right. Like that. I'm going to call myself the Human Torch. Help me in too. I'm an invisible girl. I guess I ain't been for no more. I'll be what Susan called me. Not the thing. And I'll call myself Mr. Fantastic. And so was born the Fantastic Four. From that moment on, the world could never be the same. And now, knowing some pertinent history, let's return to the relative present. This is the first time Dr. Reed Richards has brought the fabulous foursome together since that fateful flight, and the task awaiting them is truly
awesome. I brought you here to see some photographs I just received from Washington. But this one's an aerial shot of what used to be a nuclear power plant in the Soviet Union. Well, that big hole in the earth, the same thing that made this hole in a power plant in Southern California. And this one in Australia is happening all over the world. Wait, according to the steady pulses on this seismograph,
I feel like I'm missing an important
halfway around the world in French Africa. An earthquake in the south. Impossible. It's going mad. The worst is yet to come for these unfortunate French legionnaires. Not only did their nuclear generator sink into the undulating earth, against an enormous creature whose hide is tough enough to dig through countless tons of rock-hard earth. There is no artillery to stop a monster that can crush a modern tank with but one claw. But just as it seems there is nothing that can stop this merciless menace,
show me the money.
He's a master known as the Mole Man. Back at the strategy meeting amongst the Fantastic Four, you see, it's happened again. That's why I brought you together. The mission is to find out. By studying the previous cases, I've seen a location that is exactly in the middle of all of them. We've got to go to find the answer. But today, Monster Island. Monster Island? That's just a fairy tale. There's no real place called Monster Island. But hours later, in their private jet, the four see a strange mountain rise from the sea like an unearthly grotesque face. There it is. Monster Island. Little dreaming of the adventure that awaits them, the Fantastic Four laugh and begin a long climb to the top of the forbidden peak. Look down there. A living, three-headed nightmare of Monster vanished before his eyes, the monster horns, bewilderment. Just enough time for me to make a hole out of my resilient arm. And like a cow roping a wild cat, Mr. Fantastic lassos one of the monster's three heads and swings it far out to sea.
Can I even hear this anymore? What?
I read about a giant three-headed creature that guards this place, but I never believed it.
I can't hear.
Poor Mr. Fantastic and Johnny can catch their breaths. Look out.
It's okay, it's enough Fantastic Four anyway.
So they got each other at those top spots. This message just gave me a lot. The team is in the up. We are sipping the absolutely original vibration. All four of he is concerned about displacement in the race. This is absolutely what I wanted. Message. With 4 million in good odds. You win by 9. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Obviously, I'm always keeping winning. What you say, hashtag let's keep it 100. Something still delivering nothing. Literally put this plan on certified allowed to do that shit. It's another mistake within the circle. The thing is in control. But I think I have to
Three arcs.
Let's go into
I'm tired and I'm going to die. Oh no. You're so mean to me. No, I don't even want your heart. I was so rich though. I had so much money.
Rise Planet Control, this is cargo 13462. On plan and requesting injection marker 115. Very well, Cadera. You're cleared for re-entry. Proceed to mental space. Good day.
So much for staying hypersonic. There were 2 people that had tracked her in. Can keep us from passing. Range to Mendra, 650. Get in now! Nothing left but the altitude island. On ground communications. Emergency equipment has been dropped.
Shouldn't there be one that says Retro Arch? Oh, it's the Retro Arch is in Steam.
I think our patient's coming round, Douglas. You've been in an accident, sir. A ship crashed while landing here on France. After you were in a crowd at the time, so your injuries weren't extensive. We'll deal with that later. First job is to get you back on your feet. You need to stay with us for some more.
Yeah, but I don't remember anything. What ship? What's happening?
The Canara, Sir Aris. We know that's your name from your prior body. It may take a while for your memory to return. In the meantime, just relax. Everything's going to be fine. And how's Sir Aris this morning?
He's okay. I just wish you would tell me who he was.
We'll get our memory back eventually.
You talk to all your patients as though they were children, Dr. Freville, or is it just me?
I'm sorry. You find that usually people in your condition appreciate a gentle approach.
Yeah, well, I'm not usual people.
No, I don't believe you are. We wouldn't normally divulge this information to patients. But we did a record search on you and it wasn't good.
Made my day. What a nice man.
Joke about that if you want. You could be almost anything. Prior to 2 weeks ago, you don't exist. Either someone's erased your records, or else there was an accident in your home planet's data net.
Gee, where is he? Where's my family? Do I have a family? Am I married? Do I have children? Who the hell am I, Dr. Freville?
It'll come. This is all quite normal with trauma sustained in gyro.
Just how long was I in that whiz box for?
We're still working on it. You could afford to stay with as long as you live.
Meaning?
Meaning, one thing that did come down from the data your account. In your registered body.
This is ridiculous. There we go. I'm in.
Is he at the moment? Can I ask who wants him? You Christ examiner. We're here to interview him about the Canary crash. He's consulting with that lyric
first.
Clear this, Mr. Nurse.
You know something? I think I could really get to enjoy this journalism thing.
Cryo-associated memory loss may take months to resolve itself. When it does, some patients will be disappointed. The reality of someone's past is opposed to match up to what they've meant.
No. Right now, I'd settle for disappointment.
You may have to. Internal memories that
I went the wrong way.
But how do I know? How will I ever be sure there's not one more nasty little memory just waiting to jump me?
Yes, sir. We're here to visit a man. I mean, a friend who's a man. Celeb Aris. 5A, sirs. First sidewalk on your left. Try and take the place of that time. If you're overstressed, it can only put on
Oh boy. Oh my gosh, they click the wrong thing and it just shuts down. I don't want to play any of these games. I don't want to play a single one of those games. Oh, yeah.
You're a hungry man.
Yeah, I guess I could eat.
You are starving, don't deny it. A barman nowadays, he has to have a sixth sense about his customers. And I'm nothing if I'm not a barman. Your credit's sweet enough. So we have stew, we have lizard guts, oh, and we have space bug gumbo.
I'll have the stew, please.
I could have told you that. And you prefer your beer lukewarm, right?
No, actually, I prefer it.
Do what?
Don't mind them, they're loudmouth, vicious cutthroats. They're decent loudmouth cutthroats.
So they're no trouble.
No, nothing I can't see coming. Though some spaces, as soon as they walk in, I can smell it on them, so I break their necks just a little to be on the safe side. Not trouble I smell on you.
I left my troubles outside.
Good. As soon as I saw you, I said, well, there's one smart vertebrae. You hang around here and I see all right, decent food and drink, maybe a couple of juicy deals. Oh, a respectable guy like you must be careful what you see. You don't want to hang out in some spitting sawdust toilet with a liquor license. You need somewhere like this. A place with a little, hey.
Thanks for the advice.
My friends call me Joe. Probably because that's my name.
That varies.
I'm having trouble.
Suppliers, wholesalers, shoppers. You might say that I run a very poised establishment.
Sounds more than slightly illegal, but I don't like the system. Maybe I can get a bargain. Shit dealers, maybe.
Not many. Most people use the booth system now. Well, keep an eye out for something, though. If you know.
So then they go back to Carfax and they see that they capture up what happened. They talk to the prisoner. There's a really where he says, Jonathan, it's always like, I need you to do these things and I need you to fund my sanity. Someday, must destroy as the Lord calls for the who
Struggling to think of a game that I don't want to not play. I'm struggling hard. And also, this video is getting weird. I think I'm done with this video. Street Fighter 6 for breakfast.
The beginning is a very delicate time. Know then that it is the year 10,191. The known universe is ruled by the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV, my father. In this time, the most precious substance in the universe is the spice melange. The spice extends life. The spice expands consciousness. The spice is vital to space travel. The Spacing Guild and its navigators, who the spice has mutated over 4,000 years, use the orange spice gas, which gives them the ability to fold space. That is, travel to any part of the universe without moving. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you. The spice exists on only one planet in the entire universe. A desolate, dry planet with vast deserts. Hidden away within the rocks of these deserts are a people known as the Fremen, who have long held a prophecy.
I don't
that a man would come, a Messiah, who would lead them to true freedom. The planet is Arrakis, also known as June.
Begin by simply listening. Begin by simply listening. Slow down. See yourself reading. Chill his eyes. Plan is this one. The plan is this one. Wars in general. Wars in general, fanatic. And we're going to focus a little on World War. We're going to focus a little on my brother also. My brother also. My brother maybe he'll Western. So maybe he'll wave a thumb. Or better yet a heart thumb. Or better yet a heart. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Catch you guys on the side.
just so everybody's on the same page. I click on number 3.
Okay,
Positive second 0. As though I am a mutant. Cyborg. Slave. I'm gonna give myself 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 7, 5, 6, 4, 5, 3. World War II, here we come. World War II, here we come. And 1. And click.
Berlin, 1945. Europe has been freed from the Nazi reign of terror. The Red Army is waging its final battles. Captain Yosef Palatov, a Russian officer. The hate ran so deep. We wanted to end the war, annihilate that force that wanted to kill us. Finish it off, once and for all. Hitler's days are numbered. He leaves his bunker for one final bit of showmanship, as seen in this propaganda film. Is there still a soldier, or a child, willing to die for him?
Yeah, check out our previous video if you want to see something even more entertaining than World War II.
The war left some 50 million dead, most of them innocent civilians. For the women of Germany, the ordeal would continue even after the cannons had gone silent. The book A Woman in Berlin is a deeply disturbing account of the Russians' rape of German women in 1945. They grab me and throw me down. I'm lying with my head on the steps. I see one of the soldiers keeping watch, while the other rips off my underclothes and brutally forces himself on me. But then we'd say, better to have a Russian on your belly than an American over your head. This German woman was referring to the Allied bombers that pounded her city into ruins. The Kafustendamm, Berlin's most fashionable avenue. 13 years earlier, the showcase of Germany, a nation still plagued by crises. A monument commemorating the millions of victims of the First World War. Marlene Dietrich is singing The Blue Angel in Berlin. Alexanderplatz. Thomas Mann is savouring his Nobel Prize for Literature in the shade of the linden trees of Avenue Unter den Linden. Berlin is a major cultural centre of Europe, one of the most open and tolerant cities in the world.
Your mom's
That's right.
Then in 1933, all that changes. Through intimidation, demagoguery, and exploiting the bitterness of the German veterans, Hitler and his armed militias, like the SA that gave him the Horst Wessel lead, seized control of Germany.
Failed to load content. Okay. That's how you want to play. Load core. Different
The Nazis take advantage of the fact that the German left is splintered, and it even seems like Hitler, with his raised fist, revolutionary salute, wants to get on their good side. German communists take their orders from Moscow, which views the Social Democrats as the true enemy. No alliance is possible between them. So for the last time, German communists sing the Internationale.
Your maniacal giggles.
Hitler comes to power legally on January the 30th, 1933. Within a few months, his dictatorship is firmly in place. He becomes the Führer, the leader. His supporters rise and chant, Heil. However, not all Germans are totally convinced, so again and again, Hitler hammers home his simplistic nationalist slogans. And he eventually wins more and more people over, for he has a remarkable power of persuasion over the masses. But what does Hitler want? In his book, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, he clearly states what he calls his missions. Being one of the embittered veterans of the First World War, his first mission will be to destroy France, to wipe out the humiliation of the Versailles Treaty of 1919 that stripped Germany of its army and part of its territory. Then he wants to conquer what he calls Lebensraum, living space. Germany has a population of 80 million, twice that of France. He wants to make Germany the world power that it deserves to be. A pathological anti-Semite, Hitler has also taken on the mission of asserting the superiority of the Germanic Aryan race, menaced by the Jews. For him, the Jews were the cause of the Great War, Germany's defeat, inflation, unemployment. The next war will be a war on the Jews.
My friends of the thirst and language that was of blue and blood laughed, as they told how the captain swears succeeded even his usual polyglot, and was more than ever full of picturesque, but on questioning other mariners.
In a world where chaos reigns and connection seems fleeting, one visionary endeavors to bring us all together when theater live after dark. Harnessing the transformative power of artificial intelligence, the timeless charm of radio theater. The wisdom of books, and the excitement of video games. When Theater Live After Dark illuminates the path to enlightenment and fosters a sense of unity among its audience. Through this unique fusion of storytelling and interactive experiences, we aim to nurture personal growth, improve learning, and inspire a peaceful existence. Guided by your obedient servant, Sebastian St. Serapian Smalls, we embark on a journey of self-discovery. But where do we begin? Begin by simply listening, slow down, see just how peaceful today can be. Together, we shall create a harmonious community, bound by shared passions and a desire to elevate the human experience. Sebastian St. Serapian Smalls will be there, to the end of the line, my Valentine, guiding you on this journey towards a more serene and enlightened tomorrow. Catch you guys on the flip side.
Listening slowly, you see this peaceful children with his eye for obedient servant Sebastian Sleepsmons. The plan for this one is Wuthering Heights, and legend is how it appears to the kingdom. Think friends for swinging by and catch you on the flip side. We shall see.
Welcome back. I'm Christina, the manager of Pacific Beach Library. Thank you for joining me for day one of our read-along together of Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. It's a fun new book. I've mentioned this a little bit in our past reading, or the last couple days when we were kind of leading up to this one, and I just want to say, if you've already read Wuthering Heights, you know how weird and great and wonderful this book is. If you've not read Wuthering Heights, let me just tell you, you're in for a really fun ride. Wuthering Heights is a classic of English literature. It was published in 1847 by Emily Bronte. And just giving a little bit of history of the Brontes because the Bronte family, they were, there were 3 writers in the family. There were actually 6 kids of, he was a priest. She was at Holland Parish, that one. And he had the 2 oldest kids died of illness, and so the kids that survived to adulthood were Charlotte Bronte, who later on became the author of Jane Eyre. The next child was Bramwell Bronte, who was the painter, poet, tried to be a lot of things, never really lived up to his potential, ended up drinking himself to death. Then the next child was Emily Bronte, who wrote one book, Wuthering Heights, as well as some poems. And then Anne Bronte was the last child, and she wrote The Tank of Woodville Hall, and I believe Agnes Grey is her other book. So, this is an incredibly talented family. They grew up in Yorkshire, which was considered the north, and kind of a wild, untamed area, which Emily Bronte was particularly fascinated with, and she writes about the Moors, and they think it was a very important part of the life. 3 girls together.
Ouch.
Published under gender-neutral and male-sounding pseudonyms. So instead of Bronte, they published as Bell, and they used their first edition, but they disguised their names. So Charlie became Emily Bell, Emily became Alice Bell, and Anne became Acton Bell. And so, the 3 sisters published this book of poetry, which did not do well. It sold a 2 copies, and so, but they decided that, they were still encouraged, but they wanted to like writing novels. So the 3 sisters then proceeded to each write a novel. And when those came out, at around the same time, Charlotte had a huge bestseller.
Of course I was ahead. It wasn't even close.
Emily and Anne published Agnes Grey and Wuthering Heights together in a 3-volume edition, with the first 2 volumes of Wuthering Heights and the last volume being Anne's Agnes Grey. And so, Wuthering Heights was not nearly as well received initially as Jane Eyre. I love Jane Eyre. But Wuthering Heights, it was seen as a bit more wild, if you will. There's less of a morality of a sense of what's proper. There's just passion, not just romantic, sexual passion, it is so different from other stories. I mean, it's just, it has such a magic to it, and I think it's like that rawness of the savage is just so pure. And it's like, again, it's elemental. It's one of those stories that because I was a Jane Eyre fan first, and that's why then I picked up Wuthering Heights. I remember when I read it, I was like, it's so different. It's not like a book. But when I read it again when I was a few years older, and it's just like, it's such a powerful book. It's so moving. And it is...
No way.
It just draws you in. It is so moving. So, I hope you enjoyed the books. I'm going to apologize in advance for my many times of losing the accent and not New York accent. And I will do my best to just sort of do something. Apologies for not being geographically accurate. Or historically so. But yeah, look forward. I hope you enjoyed it. Okay, so the tea I'm having today is a loose leaf black tea. It's got a blue lady green. Again, I was thinking about the mirrors and just like having like how they have like those the heather like growing on the ears. Let's go ahead and start Wuthering Heights. I'm actually going to begin, instead of with the actual book, we're going to start out with a preface. It was published in 1850. What I find interesting about it, so the book originally came out in 1857. By 1850, it was the second edition of Wuthering Heights. And again, mind you, the first book had not been hugely popular. But I think, I can do a little research, but I suspect that part of the reason it got a second printing was, yes, there were fans of the book, but also because of the popularity.
Cheater. No, I need a high score. I can't do this nonsense. I can't do the cheating nonsense. I'm not gonna let you get close this
What I also
time.
found fascinating is that
I'm gonna bore you with my fireball.
she's still using her androgynous male-sounding pseudonym, but she does refer to the author Elspeth as her sister. So it's kind of interesting.
Get out of the sky. I don't. This is it. This is. Oh, yeah. I can't deal with this.
I have just read over Wuthering Heights, and for the first time, have gained a clear
She's kicking me from. I was behind her, and she's still kicking me.
have gained a definite notion of how it appears to other people, to strangers who knew nothing of the author, who are unacquainted with the locality where the scenes of the story are made.
How did my low score get?
The natural characteristics of the outlying hills and hamlets in the West Riding of Yorkshire are things alien.
I'm guessing 327.
To all such, Wuthering Heights must appear a rude and strange.
57.
The wild moors of the north of England can for them
Yep,
have
they
no
get-
interest. The language, the manners, the very dwellings and house. Sorry, my connection's out. I'm going to go back to the start of that paragraph. To all such, Wuthering Heights must appear a rude and strange production.
They need some
The
new
wild
arcade
moors of the north of England can for them have no interest. The language, the manners, the very dwellings and household customs of the scattered inhabitants of those districts must be to some readers in a great measure unintelligible, and, where intelligible, repulsive. Men and women who, perhaps naturally very calm, and with feelings moderate in degree, and little marked in kind, have been trained from their cradle to observe the utmost evenness of manner and guardedness of language, will hardly know what to make of the rough, strong utterance, the harshly manifested passions, the unbridled aversions and headlong partialities of unlettered moorland hinds and rugged moorland squires who have grown up untaught and unchecked, except by mentors as harsh as themselves. A large class of readers, likewise, will suffer greatly from the introduction into the pages of this work of words printed with all their letters, which it has become the custom to represent by the initial and final letter only, a blank line filling the interval. I may as well say at once that, for this circumstance, it is out of my power to apologize, deeming it myself a rational plan to write words at full length. The practice of hinting by single letters those expletives with which profane and violent people are wont to garnish their discourse, strikes me as a proceeding which, however well meant, is weak and futile. I cannot tell what good it does, what feeling it spares, what horror it conceals. With regard to the rusticity of Wuthering Heights, I admit the charge, for I feel the quality. It is rustic all through. It is Moorish and wild and naughty as the root of heath. Nor was it natural that it should be otherwise, the author herself being a native and nursling of the Moors. Doubtless, had her lot been cast in a town, her writings, if she had written at all, would have possessed another character. Even had chance or taste led her to choose a similar subject, she would have treated it otherwise. Had Ellis Bell been a lady or a gentleman accustomed to what is called the world, her view of a remote and unclaimed region, as well as of the dwellers therein, would have differed greatly from that actually taken by the home-bred country girl. Doubtless, it would have been wider, more comprehensive. Whether it would have been more original or more truthful is not so certain. As far as the scenery and locality are concerned, it could scarcely have been so sympathetic. Ellis Bell did not describe as one whose eye and taste alone found pleasure in the prospect. Her native hills were far more to her than a spectacle. They were what she lived in and by, as much as the wild birds, her tenants, or as the heather, or produce. Her description of them is what they should be, and all they should be. Where delineation of human character is concerned, the case is different. I am bound to avow that she had scarcely more practical knowledge of the peasantry amongst whom she lived than a nun has of the country people who sometimes pass her convent gates. My sister's disposition is not naturally gregarious. Circumstances favored and fostered her tendency to seclusion. Except to go to church or take a walk.
How am I supposed to get up
she
there?
rarely crossed
I don't appreciate or like it.
Intercourse with them she never saw, nor with very few exceptions, never experienced. And yet, she knew their ways, their language, their family histories. She could hear of them with interest and talk of them with despair. Unique, graphic, and accurate. Hence it ensued that what her mind had gathered of the real concerning them was too exclusively confined to those tragic and terrible traits of which, in listening to the secret sounds of everyday vicinage, the memory is sometimes compelled to receive the impress. Her imagination, which was a spirit more somber than sunny, more powerful than sportive, found in such traits material whence it wrought creations like Heathcliff, like Earnshaw, like Cavalier. Having formed these beings, she did not know what she had done. If the auditor of her work, when read in manuscript, shuddered under the grinding influence of nature so relentless and implacable, of spirits so lost and fallen, if it was complained that the severe hearing of certain vivid and fearful scenes banished sleep by night and disturbed mental peace by day,
Thrasher,
would know what was meant and suspect the companion of affectation. Had she but lived, her mind would of itself have grown like a strong tree, loftier, straighter, wider spreading, and its mature fruits would have attained a mellower ripeness and sunnier bloom. But on that mind, time and experience alone can work. To the influence of other intellects, it was not known. Having avowed that over much of Wuthering Heights there broods a horror of great darkness, that in its storm-heated and electrical atmosphere we seem at times to breathe lightning, let me point to those spots where cloudy light and the eclipsed sun still attest their existence. For a specimen of true benevolence and holy fidelity, look at the character of Nellie Dean. For an example of constancy and tenderness, remark that of Edgar Linton. Some people will think these qualities do not shine so well incarnate in a man as they would do in a woman, but Ellis Bell could never be brought to comprehend this notion. Nothing moved her more than any insinuation that the faithfulness and clemency, the long-suffering and loving kindness which are esteemed a virtue.
You can't fight him? I thought you could fight anybody in the city.
She felt that mercy and forgiveness were the highest attributes of the great God who made both man and woman, that would praise the Godhead in glory, and disgrace no form of evil deed. There is a dry, saturnine humor in the delineation of old Joseph, and some glimpses of grace and gaiety animate the younger Catherine. Nor is even the first heroine of the destitute of a certain strange beauty in her fierceness,
Where's
her
Fuzz?
honesty in the midst of perverted passion and passionate perversion.
Fuzz is down there.
Heathcliff indeed stands unredeemed, never once swerving in his arrow-straight course to perdition.
Fuzz.
From the time when the little black-haired swarthy thing, as dark as the king of the devil, was first unrolled out of the bottle and set on its feet in the dark house of the king, to the hour when Nellie Dean found the grim, stalwart corpse laid on his back and for his bed, with wide blazing eyes that seemed to see the head of the poison, and parted lips and sharpened teeth smeared clean. Heathcliff portrays one solitary human being, and that is not his love of Catherine, which is a sentiment fierce and inhuman, a passion such as might boil and glow in the bad essence of some evil genius, a fire that might flame with tremendous center, the ever-suffering soul, the magnet of the inside world, and by his pitiless and ceaseless ravage back to execution of the decree, which dooms him to carry forward him wherever he wanders. No, the single link that connects Heathcliff with humanity is his rudely professed regard for Hareton Earnshaw, the young man who dies ruined, and then his half-implied esteem for Nellie Dean. These solitary traits indeed, we should say he was found neither a rascal nor a gypsy, but a man straight manual of human life, of rule and of greed. Whether it is right or advisable to create suicide people, I scarcely think it is. But this I know. The writer who possesses the creative gift owns something which is not really natural. Something that at times stranger rules and works for itself. He will lay down rules and devise principles, and to rules and principles it will perhaps for years lie in subjection. And then, happily, without any warning of revolt, there comes a time when it will no longer consent to follow the valleys of the valley with the band in the furrow, when it laughs at the multitude of the city and regards not the crying of the driver, when, refusing absolutely to make ropes out of sea sand any longer, it sets to work its statue of fury, and you have a Pluto or a Jove, a Tisiphone or a Psyche, a mermaid or a Madonna, and fate finds the way to her. He works grim or glorious, red or brown, you have little choice but innocent development. As for you, the nominal artist, you're sharing the work constantly and ridiculous instead of a living question that would not be uttered at your prayer or suppressed in writing. The result of the fact of the world is crazy who little deserve praise. Educated also, the same world will blame you, but almost as little deserve blame. Wuthering Heights is human in the wild workshop with simple tools and homely materials. The statuary found a granite lamp and a solitary man. Gazing thereon, he saw out from the crowd might be elicited the head, savage, sweet, sincere, a form molded with this one element of grandeur, power. He worked with a rude chisel and familiar with the vision of his meditations. With time and labor, the crag took human shape, and there it stands colossal, large, and frowning, a statue, half rock. When the former stands parallel in the light, and the latter almost beautiful, for its tone is of mellow gold and million moss clothes it. And peace, ringing bells and belling fragrance, will close faithfully close to the hands. Suspiciously under their brows as I rode up, and when
Why? Why?
The walk in was uttered with closed teeth and expressed.
Why is life have to be like this?
Even the gate over which he leant manifested no sympathizing movement to the words, and I think it was circumstances presented me to accept the invitation. I felt interested in a man who seemed more exaggeratedly reserved, and I said, when he saw my person's breast barely pushing the barrier, he tried to pull out his hand to unchain it, and then sullenly proceeded to walk towards it. Joseph, take Mr. Lockwood's horse and bring up some wine. Here we have the whole establishment of the Massachusetts police, linked by customs, suggested by the police.
That's gonna leave a mark.
Charitably conjectured he must have need of divine aid to digest his dinner, and his pious ejaculation had no reference to my unexpected advent. Wuthering Heights is the name of Mr. Heathcliff's dwelling. Wuthering being a significant provincial adjective, descriptive of the atmospheric tumult to which its station is exposed in stormy weather. Pure, bracing ventilation they must have up there at all times, indeed. One may guess the power of the north breeze blowing over the edge by the excessive slant of a few stunted firs at the end of the house, and by a range of gaunt thorns all stretching their limbs in one way as if craving atoms of the sun. Happily, the architect had foresight to build it strong. The narrow windows are deeply set in the wall, and the corners defended with impression-bearing stones. Before passing the threshold, I paused to admire the quantity of goodness lavished over the front, and especially about the particular door, above which, among the wilderness of crumbling griffins and shameless little boys, I detected the date 1500 and the name Heritage Earnshaw. I would have made a few comments and requested a short history of the place from the surly owner, but his attitude at the door appeared to demand my speedy entrance or complete departure, and I had no desire to aggravate his impatience previous to inspecting the penetrating.
When the sawdust settles and the engine finally roars, the thing